that even though we have some spaces where we can like go and now we're more included in the global talk, let's say, uh, before we didn't have the space, or we had to took everything that came from the North Global, and now we can put ourselves there and make our voices heard. But the thing is, like sometimes, like here, it happened that we had the space, but they didn't even like take account into Latin America. After this happened, I went to the IGF in Katowice, and I realized at the parliamentary track, now I'm working at the parliamentary track in Argentina, well, in Latin America, and I also realized there that there were, I think, 3 or 4 parliamentarians from Latin America. Then in last year in Kyoto, I realized that after 2 years, because I didn't go to Ethiopia, nothing happened between Katowice and Kyoto. Nothing at all at the parliamentary track. And since I work at the chamber of deputies in Argentina, I said like, I should do something. Like, we have this space, there are funds there for people from Latin America and from all around the world, not only for Latin America, but for parliamentarians to come here, and no one is doing nothing about this. I should do something. So I started this network of parliamentarians from Latin America and the Caribbean who are working on digital matters. And basically, what I want to do is have our own vision, our own agenda of what Latin American Caribbean people think, want, and need. Because it's different, even though there are a lot of countries in the region, we share some things that are for all of us, like institutionalized corruption or poverty, or I mean, we have so many history and so many things in common that I saw this as an opportunity for us to raise our voice and to have our voice and our needs in the parliamentary track, at the UN, in a global forum. So what I aim you to do is when you see these opportunities, don't let them pass. There are a lot of opportunities for us, for youth, to be in place. Like, I'm 34, but when I started this, I was 30, and I had a baby of 6 months. So you can do it. You can put yourself over there. You just have to do it, to take the courage, maybe not get drunk, but get the courage to do it. Because in the way, since I started and now, I found a lot of people who wanted to help me, who wanted to be with me, who encouraged me, who gave me their knowledge, to share with me their contacts. Like, for us, there is an opportunity, but we have to be brave and take that opportunity. And please, if you know any parliamentarian from Latin America and the Caribbean, introduce them to me. Thank you.
So, thank you so much. Yeah. So, one of the questions I have for you is that do you work on a bilateral base, or within some sort of integrational unities?
But again, sorry, I didn't hear because I was.
Uh,
It didn't work.
So do you work on a bilateral basis with the countries of Latin American, Caribbean, or is it within some integrational unities? For example, UNASUR maybe, there's Mercosur.
Yeah, no. So the thing in Latin America is that we don't have, it's Latin America and the Caribbean. The Caribbean sometimes it's more difficult because they're in the island and it's not that reachable. But no, I don't work like with an institution. It was something that I just started by myself. I just saw the opportunity. It was like, I do not need any institution to do this. Institutions will come to me as they are coming to me, because it was like, if we already have these institutions, we don't have one institution for all Latin America and the Caribbean, so it doesn't exist. But apart from that, it was like, we already have a lot of institutions and they're not working and they're not doing this. So why would I go to them to do something that they're not doing because they have a lot of bureaucracy too? Like, I can do it by myself, quicker, and then they will come to me. And actually, right now, they're doing that. Like, for instance, Parlasur, that is the parliament. So it's a union of parliamentarians for the South of for the American South. Well, they're coming to me, some parliamentarians from there, asking like, "What are you doing? Can you share your knowledge? Can you share your best practices?" And it's like sometimes you don't have to wait for institutions, or you don't need institutions. I mean, it's a good thing to have institutions that back you, that because it's not the same being, "Hi, my name is Agustina, and I want you to join my network." But the good thing, and maybe this is a Latin American thing, people trust each other. So, and because I come from the parliament, so I work at the Chamber of Deputies, and I think that also, even though it's not that I belong there, but it's an institution that can have my background, like back me up. They trusted me, and because I was here also. So I think that's another thing I want to say. Here there is a lot of people that can get into your network or can join you or can support you, and not even only financially. Because, for instance, this year I organized 2 summits of parliamentarians of Latin America and the Caribbean, one in Argentina and the other one in Chile, and we didn't get any money at all. But because I knew how the chambers of deputy and the Senate in Latin America work, because you do not need money for parliamentarians to travel, and that's something for you to know. So if you organize something, you only need to send them the invitation, like personalized invitation, because they can ask their parliament to fund them. Because I knew that because I work at the chamber, I just said like, okay, I want to do this. I asked Celine Val, that is in charge of the parliamentary track. I said like, I want to organize this summit for parliamentarians in Latin America and the Caribbean about AI. So here, a deputy of Argentina who joined me, Martin Chesa, he's over there. We organized it together. And she said like, yeah, sure, let's do it. What do you need? I just need the logo of the IGF and the parliamentary track. That's it. I need the institution to support that we are doing this. And she was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And I just organized it. And that was it. Obviously, I didn't need an institution, but having the IGF behind that, it's a really good thing. So I also encourage you to join or meet people from the secretariat or from the youth or from like something here that could be your partner on what you are doing.
Okay, so thank you so much for such an inspiring speech, and I think that the majority of youth here can work on some issues and that bring us to the better future. So yeah, thank you so much, and now I would like to give the floor to Marko Pawlowski, the coordinator of IGF in Macedonia, steering committee at YACIG. So, Marko, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me here. So yes, I'm here maybe more representative of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. I'm coming from Eastern Europe, but the topic is still relevant because Youth Coalition on Internet Governance is they have in the leadership board we have from each region one person. And what I wanted to emphasize before I jump into it's very interesting because the people, the youth from the global south are more active or more involved in not just in intergovernance, but we are here for intergovernance to speak, more active than the rest of the world, and they are still not the topics presented at the IGF, especially the global IGF. So I will give just a short example of what we are doing as a Youth Coalition Intergovernance. This is voluntary and initiative, so we are not established somewhere in the world. And our idea is to help the youths navigate to the internet governance world. Sometimes we are organizing webinars, especially for the IGF now. We organized onboarding orientation webinars. Also, there is a group that we created, a youth in Riyadh. I don't know if some youth is not here. Maybe we can later add the group. And there we discuss about what's happening, some youth sessions that are there, some after the IGF social gatherings or something like that. There is a newsletter that we are also sending with all the initiatives on a monthly basis. The whole idea is to help the youths, to bring them together. Sometimes when we are organizing webinars or something, when we need speakers for specific region, we usually use that the mailing list. Yeah, I did not mention, but there is a mailing list. It's open, so everyone can join there and share resources, ask questions. So the whole idea is to help the youth navigate through this, how can I say, complex and big internet governance world. And everyone is helpful, like previously mentioned. If someone needs help, I mean, not just the youth, but also the other people are very helpful in this world. I want to a little bit revert to the issue that we in the beginning tackled, Dan, and what I mentioned before is because now, for example, we have, I mean, in Youth Coalition Internet Governance, the board is every year changing. So we have now elections in January, and the idea that the thing that I mentioned is we have a lot of youths that are from Global South joining as how can I say, submitting their candidacy, then from the rest of the world, for example, Europe or for example, the Europe, because where is the participation is on the lowest. I can say. I don't know why. I mean, but that's I think a big issue, and we are always trying to do some to bring to the IGF some topics that are not covered, because usually, as you mentioned, if you saw the agenda, some of the topics are maybe each year a little bit changed or coming to discuss the same, but does the same thing, but the other topics are not covered at all with the years, like you mentioned, from Poland to now to which is I think 4 years from Poland, Ethiopia. Yeah, this is the third year, or with Poland, fourth year. But yes, Youth Coalition IGF is here to encourage also the youth. I mean, to submit the session. We also organizing when the open call for session is open. Webinar on how to submit it, because it's not, if you are new to IGF or second time maybe and never submitted a session, it's really hard, because it needs to know what to write, how to write, and of course they are not selecting only a certain number. And usually each year we are trying to do those kind of calls and also later groups, so we can organize between us, because there are a lot of people that want to apply, and if we have similar idea why to apply with two proposals, why not as a one, there is more chances, and especially because some of the session requests like practices to have from each region participant, and sometimes it's very hard. Maybe you have the topic to discuss it, but don't know someone from, I don't know, Asia or maybe in Latin America, but I want to talk about Latin America. I mean, I don't know, I have the thing, but so we use this kind of groups and communication, so we can collaborate between us and apply for that in this case. What I wanted to say with this is that if you see that something is not represented, do something about it, like you mentioned. Maybe you don't need to be drunk to do it or something like that. You will find some other way, but I would say do something. Okay, you don't see this year a session about Latin America. Okay, next year when it's the proposal, apply with some kind of proposal. I don't know, join the mailing list. We're here always happy to help. I mean, even if we don't have a plan to have a session on Latin America, if there is someone requesting that and we see that it's, I mean, needed, of course, because it's not in the program, then we're gonna help with contacts, I don't know, with maybe drafting, maybe other point of views, something like that. So we are the youth. Sometimes they say that we are the next generation, but yesterday we also talked about, no, we are the present generation. I mean, we are using more the technology and the issues we are facing. It's more reflecting on us than on the older generation, because everybody is on the phone, on the tablet, we are learning on that and everything. So I would say that if you see something that is not working, let's do something and take some action. I mean, we are here as a Youth Coalition Internet Governance to help. I mean, we are not the only one. There is Internet Society, Standing Group Youth, there are other also initiatives, but I think it's the same energy wherever we go with those kind of initiatives. So that will be from my side as an intro, and
Okay, thank you so much. So it came to me that it looks like the start of a global civil society in this international internet governance in this sphere, and how can we maybe improve other spheres to be as efficient as you work. So I think that's a great example of interaction between people from all over the world, and I think that in some different spheres it's not the same, but everywhere we need this sort of coordination, this assistance, just to be more proactive. Maybe any advice how to put it like that?
In the other sphere, other than internal
Yeah.
governance? Oh, that's a good question. I would say also the space is needed because also when I joined it in internet related things or internet governance in 2018, the whole space here it's very, how can you say, welcomed. Yeah, maybe we don't have that much session. Also, I'm coming from Macedonia, which is in Eastern Europe, and we don't talk about Balkan or Eastern Europe issues, but that's also, I wouldn't bring it now, it's another topic. But everyone was helpful. Even when you ask, I'm new, they want to introduce you. There is also, I think the one good side here is that also many organization or maybe institution trying to get you involved here, like giving with the fellowships, there are also schools on internet governance, now I don't know, more than 20, which try to involve you, and everyone is very welcomed. I know not every other sphere is like this. Sometimes the people don't want to help you or they see you as a competition. But if you want to collaborate and if you want to achieve something, I think that the communication is the key part. Maybe not same like here, but be open, be transparent, and I don't know, try to help, because even if it's helping you to someone else who you maybe don't know or something, both or the whole initiative is going. So it's not just you helping him and he will know something or he will, how can I succeed and you don't, or something like that. So yeah, the, communication and sharing. I mean, I agree that in the other parts, in the sectors, it's not like this. But I think we should change that. And maybe one of the things why is that happening is because this whole internet governance process is based on multi-stakeholderism and bottom-up process. So maybe that's why if we change a little bit the perspective on how we are seeing the things and how we are approaching them, maybe it will change also how the stakeholders are reacting. Because if it's top down, it's more easy for me to say, I don't know, not help you or something like that. It's, how can I say, I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say that it's different also not to help you, but I don't know, I think the process and the whole approach, how we are giving it's the playing the key role here. Yeah.
Okay, so it all starts with us, and we all should put a lot of efforts just to do something. But still, I think that's the atmosphere which we can create will definitely help us in this in all matters.
I mean, if there is a good example that you can replicate in some other sectors, of course, I think with the time they will start changing their minds.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So, thank you so much, Marco. Now I would like to give a floor to Mariana Alves Arayo Lopez. Yeah, am I right? Lopez. So, and she represents youth program from CGI, Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. So, Mariana, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, my name is Mariana. I'm from Brazil. I'm 29 years old, and it's nice to talk about my age because this can encourage another youth, right? I work with internet as a researcher and as a promoter of internet governance between another youths younger than me, and we promote to the digital skills to other Brazilians national projects. As a researcher, I'm a master's student in law. We focus in algorithm discrimination, regulation, and critical race theories. We have a special issue in Brazil about racial points. And I'm working promoting awareness about the algorithm discrimination impact. Mostly, it has been done promoting story groups in universities, or collective publications focused on civil society and parliamentary issues and things like that. Therefore, in this year, I have the honor of being one of the 5 facilitators in the youth program of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. The main goal of the program is to promote internet governance in Brazilian youth under 25 years old and empower themselves to participate and act as leaders in the governance in Brazil and international space. Each year, the program receives about 300 participants. They are selected to participate in an online course. 10 of them are selected to go to the Latin America IGF, and other 10 are selected to go to here to the IGF. So we have 10 of them here. And both participants, 20, they are invited and they are sponsored to be in the Brazilian IGF too. We call it FIB. So, and in this year, actually, especially this year, we also managed to bring 5 to the IGF Lusófono. It's like IGF to all the Portuguese speakers community, and 20 to the Net Mundial plus 10. That was an event promoted in São Paulo to rediscuss the Net Mundial. Net Mundial, in English. But well, as facilitator, I and my other 4 colleagues helped the committee to help to select these students. We work as a mentors during all the course, and we evaluate the participants too. And we have workshops to train them about how to contribute during the sections, the Brazilian sections and the national sections. We have workshops to help them how to write, how to submit a session to the international event, so the Youth Coalition. Actually, we have youths in the Youth Coalition too. And doing the distribution of the sponsorships, we consider not only their notes, the notes that the activities that we have, but the diversity too. So we analyze the distribution of their cities in the Brazilian geographic. We have a really huge, large country, so it's interesting to us to bring here not only a hegemonic view of Brazil, but a diverse view of Brazil. We consider their gender, we consider their race or color, and the field of activity. It's important to have not only engineers, but lawyers, and not only lawyers, but pedagogos, I guess that's in English, okay, and other fields. So it's really interesting. For example, in 2020, we had a psychologo, how can I say psychologo? Psychologo?
Psychologo?
Yeah.
Psychologist.
Psychologist, thank you. Sorry. It's asking help for a Spanish speaker. But we have a psychologist, and nowadays she's working with TikTok. So it's really interesting to see how they will develop their abilities and go to the internet governance agenda. And well, so that's it. And after to select all the 20 students, we prepare them to participate in all the events. We encourage them to support and to actively collaborate in all the sections. And it's really interesting. So we are here to talk about this program, to encourage you about to have this kind of program in your countries too. As Marco said, he told us that we have a lot of South people in the international events, and I guess that mostly it's because of this Brazilian program, because maybe more than just South people, we have a lot of Brazilian people, and we want to have more South people from another countries too. That's why we encourage the Latin American Caribbean IGF, but this program is really big important to have this kind of representative. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. So you said that your project is some sort of good, make a good impact on the Global South participation in IGF formats. Maybe you have some partnerships with different same entities from all over the world, or are there any practices like that in your organization?
So nice. Well, the Brazilian Internet Committee, Steering Internet Committee, has a kind of chair in the Latin American and Caribbean IGF. So it's a way to have more partnership, to have institutional partnership to promote initiative like that. But still, I guess that most important and mostly impactful action is the youth themselves efforts of of to organize another events in a parallel way. I mean, as I told you, I know that we have a lot of youths that that found a lot of other youths in another country in these events. I mean, in the middle of the space, and they just started to talk, and then 2 months after they build another event, you know. So talking about the Latin America, for example, we have the official like IGF, but we have the youth like IGF. And this year, the youth like IGF, that's what promoted by youths, were bigger than the institutional event. And not because we have like the institutional support. The institutional support was good too, but more because of their own initiatives. So as she told us, their themselves initiative is really important. So we help them to put themselves here, to empower them, to show each of them to your all the countries here, and then they will build a lot of other projects. So I guess it's more for that way.
Okay, no, thank you so much. Thank you. So I have one question for each of you. So I've read in some newspapers and in some articles that today, instead of globalization as a trend, we can find glocalization, which stands for global localization. So which point of view do you personally support? Is it still globalization as we all got used to perceive it, or it's still now it's certainly this glocalization? So what's your point of view on this?
I mean, it's a good question. I don't know. This is my opinion. I think globalization is taking part very much. And already on some places, I think it's like you mentioned, the globalization is localization now. But there are still certain parts of the world that still are not under globalization. It's a good thing about about what we are specifically talking about, because I think to some extent it's good to have to some basic level some globalization, so some certain things which is standardized or maybe everywhere the same, but I wouldn't go that much to everything to be globalized and that to become the new localization or something like that, because that's the beautiful sometimes on the local things or stuff, I mean behaviors, things, how they are working and all those kind of things, because of for a specific region. I mean, that's, how can I say, remarkable for that region or country or whatever we are talking about. So I was think that sometimes it's maybe too much globalization, but I still come back, depends on what we are directly talking on the topic, because it's for some things maybe it's relevant to be everything globalized or something like that, but for some I would think that we need to be on the local thing, and because not everything that is in the global or maybe in the rest of the world working, it will work in the depends on the region or country locally. Maybe it won't, I mean different people, different, yeah. But still depends on the topic.
Yeah, I see. So
I want to add to that yes, at least what I experienced in Latin America and in Argentina, and that's why I wanted to have an agenda of Latin America, is this thing that obviously, since we all have a smartphone, we all have a computer here at the IGF, and probably in Argentina 70% of the population, but there is 30% of the population that do not have connectivity, that they are in rural areas, and it's completely different from the other 70%. And this is a reality that is not only in Argentina, it's in Latin America, and it's around the world. So obviously we are connected. Globalization, it's something that we cannot escape from, but at the same time I think, and this is more governmental, but I think policies and laws should address local issues, even though we are talking about here, for instance, in a global level or an international level. You always have to take into account the people that is from your country and your reality. That we have a saying that says like that don't let the forest to don't for you not to see the tree. It'll be something like that in translation. So you don't think if you are here like globalization is everything and we all have to think in all realities, because even here, like for instance, I will give you an example. The other day we were discussing about the AI bill that was in the UA, in the European Union, yeah, and we were discussing about that in Latin America, and it was like, yeah, maybe in Europe, the thing is like hate of speech, or maybe I don't know algorithms, or because they're in a different level, and I don't mean like in development, because I don't want to see it that way, but their issues are different from ours. So maybe in Argentina or in Latin America, it doesn't make any sense having a bill on AI, because I don't know, if we have more bills, if we have more laws, even the laws that we have right now in Latin America, they're not being respected. Like people usually do not respect law. There is a lot of corruption, and that's something that usually do not happen, or the amount or the percentage that happens, it's not the same as in Latin American countries. So in that sense, what I mean is like, even though we need to have, and what I propose here is like minimum standards for everyone when we develop technology and when we do these kind of things, we always have to take into account in the bills that we draft or in the policies that we have in our countries, the reality of our countries.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Yes,
Well, I guess this is a trick question and it's really hard question. Maybe I have a polemical opinion about that. Well, as I see, the globalization is a not global project, maybe a little bit continuously project of colonization project, I mean a general way. And I know that global north, it's a really huge area. We have a lot of different views of life and problems in the global north. But nowadays, I guess that the south are looking more about their own problems, as you told us. So the localization, it's maybe a new strategy of to really worry about our problems. But I don't think so that the globalization and localization is like concepts that are opposed. I mean, there are parallel phenomena, because even we have a problem in the Latin America that other country in the west of the Europe, or the east of Europe, maybe it's the same problem, and the globalization maybe in a more democratical way can have solutions to both regions. So there are complex phenomena, and that's what I see. At the same time, I see the localization phenomenon in the north as some political strategies to protect themselves of the south movement to have more independence, more economical, education, and political independence. So maybe it's a polemical opinion, but it's a complex opinion too. So we better to talk more if someone want to talk. But what I see, thinking about the Latin America region.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your opinion. Now it's maybe Q&A session. So does anyone have any questions to our speakers? Maybe just to discuss something about the activities for Friends for Internet. Are there any? Okay. So it's still morning, and people are still. You have question. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
to our audience to wake up a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that's great. That's great.
We're gonna change this. The question is from us to you. If you have any initiative as youth, or not youth, because not only is youth in the audience, if you have any initiative that you want to share with us that we can contribute with you, with what we mentioned, or I don't know, if you want to say or share an initiative that you have that you can share with us.
So, are there any? So, once again, the same question here. Ah, yeah,
Maybe she can use mine.
yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'm not
So,
sure if I'm audible from here.
Just wait a little bit. Just we need to.
Perfect. It's not.
Yeah.
I would say it's not a very specific initiative, but rather a legislative proposal that in some countries where was developed. Regarding to the right to internet, which is a very interesting concept if you go a little bit deeper into this. Some countries actually did put that into their constitution. Some of them, of course, are having very, I would say, valid concerns over the sovereignty of their national, security, if you will. So this is also something that perhaps, from a legislative perspective could be also interesting to just develop and think, in which country is that acceptable? Is it acceptable for everyone? If yes, in which type of concept? Because at the end of the day, the digitalization is part of who we are today. So many things from payments to digital everything, it's impossible right now to not have a digital presence, right? So I've just came back actually from 1 month in China. You cannot do anything without WeChat, without WePay, Alipay, etc. So everything is connected to your digital ID. And that is a little bit of interesting situation, because if your phone dies, you're no one. You cannot get back to the hotel, you cannot pay, you cannot authenticate yourself somewhere, you cannot do anything. So people don't prefer cash, so cash is not even a thing. So it's a very interesting concept in general on how the right to internet is something to work on. Of course, it's connected to the digitalization, to the satellites, to the to how we cover certain regions that are eventually less developed. We of course have Starlink and OneWorld and other companies related to this that are doing, of course, their fair share, but on another I would say moment, they are companies that are private companies, right? So they have, of course, their own interests, and this is a little bit of more of a broader topic connected to space law. So what do we do with the braze and many different things. So I think if this is something to be developed in general in many different countries, perhaps I personally am very interested to move forward also in this type of brainstorming activities. So yeah, these are my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you so much for this question and proposal.
We have another question.
So yeah, but just maybe any comments on this matter.
I have a comment. Let's talk later, but one of the things that you said brought me this question, because I work at the Congress, but also when you draft bills, you always have to think on the policy, like how it's gonna impact and how they're gonna implement that and control that. And one thing that you raised, for instance, in Argentinian parliament, we vote for the internet to be an essential service, but then it's like, who is the one that is bringing the service of the internet? So it's a private company. So how this is gonna work if it's an essential service? Like, we need to connect all the country. Like, we need to have, the infrastructure that we do not have, and we need money for that. So it's tricky, because even though the access to internet should be a human right now, like, obviously, you also need infrastructure and money to guarantee that right. And should that be public? Yes, but can the public sector do that? I don't know. So it has to be the private one. So, you know, like it's super tricky in these things that the public sector doesn't have enough money to build this thing. That's why private companies do it. And also, as you said, as you mentioned, they have their own interest. Like, for instance, it happened with water. Like, you know, like the service of water or for hygienic, I don't know how to say in English, like when you go to the toilet and the things. Like, why the government or the public sector is the ones that do it? Because they have interest in people. Because if you will have to do that, a private company, probably they won't do it, like, I don't know, in the rural areas because it's a lot of cost. It's also with communications. So I think it's tricky, and I would like to discuss more about this thing between private sector and public sector and how we can achieve that goal of having internet as a human right, as a public service, as a essential service. But how can we balance exactly the private and the public sector?
So actually, in this case, it seems to me that we can refer to the notion of ESG. So, and we're speaking about the private sector and all these matters. But however, we still the discussion will be already outside in this workshop room. So we have another question. Yes, please.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm kind of late, so I don't know if you spoke about it before, but I'm going to ask you, okay? My name is Nirvana Lima. I'm a facilitator of youth program. I work with Mariana, and I wanted to ask you about your opinion regarding the importance of media literacy for children and young people, even to boost youth internet governance initiatives in the world and mainly in the global south. Which stakeholder do you think should provide this type of initiative? Thank you.
So this is very important here.
Maybe try to answer it, but then anybody can, yeah. It's a good thing, I mean, a good question about media literacy, because I think with the rise of not the internet, but the social media, and especially the disinformation and fake news, this is very relevant. I also, coming from my country, from Macedonia, it's a very big topic, especially because of TikTok, short videos, YouTube shorts, or whatever, and also a lot of bite clicks on the news media portals, which are just for clicks and for advertisement money. Well, it's a big topic, and with the question who should address this, I would say everyone, because first starting also this needs to be addressed also from the public institutions, maybe the schools. I'm not saying that it should be maybe separate subject or something like that, but it should be addressed and should be worked on this, because how early you understand how to see and what to believe and not. I mean, of course, I have nephew and he is watching TikTok and he tells me a lot of things. So this is possible, and it's hard to him to prove at that age that that's not a possible. I mean, just a video on TikTok and that it's not. How can I say? Many things. I mean, about this. There, of course, I don't say that there is some nice stuff there also to watch, but according to the news. Also, the civil societies I want here, because there are a lot of trainings or non-formal education or stuff that could bring to how can I say, to the point for the youth to understand, not just the youth but also the adult, because there are a lot of people that don't understand. I mean, they don't know how to fact check. They don't check also other relevant news. I mean, only read one portal or one channel on some of the platforms. But also I would say the media sometimes. It's very hard because some of the media it's producing those kind of news, and they, of course, they don't want you to, I mean, this way, but to have what we have in our country, they are now starting to do is some of the biggest media, newspapers, TV, and all those kind of things are agreeing on some kind of not a license but a proof that you are relevant media, and you have a checks or those kind of things. But still, the people, I think it's a process, still go to also to other sites, because we have portals where they don't write the author. So you can read the whole story. It might be true, it might not, but you cannot see who wrote this story. And there is nobody in the page to see, to contact, or to anything. It's a news portal, but there is no one who you can find, and of course read it about how it's done. So I would say anyone is here, and especially I would say, I mean, even if all the institutions are doing something, which is not true, but even if this is happening, I think it's still also to some extent responsibility to the user. Because I know we are too much now in technology, but everything becomes everyday job or everyday thing. I mean, we are using social media more than we sleep sometimes. So I would say that it's also responsibility to user to see new ways to learn about this. Sometimes they'll say, I cannot learn, it's too hard for me, or I don't want it. But this is the way how we are going to the future. I mean, and more we're going to relate on technology and on internet especially. So it's going to be my responsibility to see how can I get better, or how can I get the right information. Okay, I need to fact check, okay, what I can do, how can I prepare it, let's check the site if it's relevant or not. I know that even if you are not tech guy, because I'm tech guy coming from this, but these are now becoming like not tech stuff, like it's like the normal stuff to how to use the internet. It's same like for security. I mean, now you need to know that your password must be long, must be hard to guess. We are using two-way authentication. Nobody wanted this. I mean, it's overloading, but that's how it goes with the security, because there are a lot of problems. And I think it's going to be the same with those kind of news until we find a solution. How can we mitigate those kind of disinformation, misinformation, fake news, however we but I think that's enough for my side, so I will.
Thank you. I would like to add something actually about your last point. You told us about the users, and the Nirvana question was about the childhood at all. And it's interesting to, are you listening maybe? Okay. It's interesting to think about them because, for example, they are not here. Actually, we saw some teenagers from Hong Kong here in all the event. Maybe they are 3 or 4, I don't know. And it's when we talk about everyone, we think about everyone, but we mostly don't think about them. I mean, everyone who is up 18 years old, but it's in the teenagers. They have strong opinions about their rights. So it's important to address them and to have them, to listen them about how to address all of them. They are youth too. Yeah, so, and we use it to talk about the youth, but we use it to don't think about them. We don't include them. And more than that, we need to be like a kind of, we need to be take care when we think about the responsibility to the users. I mean, the technology changed a lot in a quick way. We don't have our chair in the companies to choose what we have, what kind of content we have. They use it to talk that, the algorithms cannot be auditable, so it's hard, and I don't think it's fair to share the responsible when we don't have the right to choose what we are using. So just to add something, and more than that, we are talking about childhood and teenagers, and they have their rights to have opinion here, but they are still vulnerable in, I guess, in mostly of the countries, in most of the nations. So it's strict to talk about their responsibles too. So it's just to add to some of your comments.
I also want to add something that is kind of the same thing, but now the responsibility of users. I have a 4-year-old kid, and I try every day, because I'm in internet governance forum and on all these things. Every time that we walk, I was like, oh, Felix is his name. There is a camera. So he's super aware of security, of why people are watching us. Like, he's like, why is this camera pointing at me and filming me if I'm not a bad person? You know, like he's really aware of everything. I think one thing that happens, and in this case is the perfect sample, parents are not aware of how to be responsible users, so they cannot share that information with their kids. And therefore, their kids do not know how to use internet. But that's because parents don't know how to use internet. So I think that would be like the first thing, like, and that could be a governmental policy to first teach parents how to use internet, because even parenting, they people, I have friends who are all over internet, all over Instagram, like sharing their pictures with their babies, and I'm like, please do not do that, please do not do that. And now with deep fakes and all that, it's getting worse, but parents do not realize that. Even at schools, sorry.
That's-
UNICEF, it's one stakeholder that you can use. The Embassy of the United States, they give a lot of money for these kind of programs. So talk to the embassy. And if you want more, then I can share with you another stakeholders.
Okay, thank you so much. Fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a photo.
Yeah. Я весь в проводах.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions in the beginning.
Thank,
Thank
you.
you. Can you send that through Telegram, please?
For you. Yeah, she will give us. Okay, thank you. By the way. Do you have
So
like
that's
a
it?
linkage or something like that? I mean, I have your Telegram contact,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to know about more the institution,
Is it sure what?
about your work.
But my
Do
work.
you have like a linkage or something like that?
Actually, no, it's not. LinkedIn is blocked in Russia. So yeah,
I am not aware about all the block.
yeah. That I will share with you some. Just,
Share something
yeah.
for me, okay?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now are we using here? Yeah, perfect. Which channel are the devices on? Do you know?
That is 3.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can put it on your belt.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, and I was gonna introduce you, but I realized we already met yesterday. So we are supposed to be on channel 3.
I can hear you talk, so...
Can you give one? I just want to check that it's working.
You need one which is for the shade.
Yeah. Channel
It's not set.
3. Let's see if it's working. Oh, it is working.
The volume is right here.
Yeah, it's working. Mike, well, I hear myself so loud. This microphone is very sensitive. Yeah, so. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm so loud. So, let's hope that it's gonna continue working. Perfect. Okay. Are you guys ready? Tripti? You good? Oh, okay. So this is on channel 3. Now I'm not sure if you hear me when I speak loud or not. I have to speak quieter. You need microphones to, yeah. We can actually have, I think we can get one more microphone. There was one more microphone somewhere. Yeah, he's bringing it. Feed on. No, you can hear me now, right? Now you can. Okay, welcome everyone. Breaking, right? So I think I may give up this. I'll give up this and use the. I'll use the normal microphone. It's okay. Thank you. We tried. Okay. Hi everyone. This is day 2 and we still have the problems from day 0. I can hear myself breaking again. I hope it's me and it's not for everyone. I hope that people can hear us all. Can you hear us in the room? I see. So hopefully it's working. No? It's gonna be one of those sessions where.
Don't cover this area. Just hold here.
Okay.
Because
yeah. Okay. Hopefully that's gonna work. Welcome everyone to the IGF Open Forum WSIS to WSIS Plus 20 Enduring Principle of Internet Governance. We have. I think you should be able to hear in channel 3. Yeah, it's. Maybe you need a new device. Now you can hear. Okay. I can hear myself, so if it's not working, if hers is not working, she may need another one. We have some good speakers. Ambassador Brendan Dowling from Australia, Curtis Lindquist, ICANN's President and CEO, Raquel Gatto, Head of Legal, and Nick.br, and VP for ISOC Brazil, and Tripti Sinha, our Chair of the ICANN Board. And we are going to explore the evolution of internet governance since WSIS in 2003 and 2005. What are the achievements and challenges, and what are the key principles and actions for a transformative digital future? We have people who are participating here live, and we have a Zoom room where people can ask questions. We have an online moderator who can ping us when there is a question. And we will be sharing our perspectives on, what are these achievements and challenges of the WSIS. I understand, Ambassador, that you have to leave after a certain amount of time, but you have somebody else from Australia who will step in. Yes, Ian, the Vice Chair of the GAC of ICANN, the Governmental Advisory Committee. Thank you for taking that role as well. And with that, we're gonna have, we have 3 parts. We're gonna start with some questions. We're gonna, and please try to answer within like 3 minutes so that we can fit as many as the answers possible, and also we may have some online requests as well. So Curtis, to you is the first question. What do you think have been the most significant WSIS achievements and contributions in the past 20 years? And how do you think they shape the internet we have today? Not a big question, 3 minutes.
Did I get an entire panel by myself then? So I think WSIS was created 20 years ago, or 19 years ago this year, as a platform for to bring together the different parts of the multi-stakeholder model, but in no particular order: governments, technical community, civil society, business, and to foster a dialogue around what that means and how do we evolve the internet as such in all of these arenas, and building on all the experiences and mandates that these groups bring to it. And if we go back to 2005, we had 16% of the world population was on the internet, and today we are over 67% of the world population is on the internet. So the internet has done a remarkable journey during this time, and obviously part of that is fostered by the environment, by the outcomes of the multi-stakeholder model that was very much supported, or has been very much supported by the IGF since then, and the outcomes and the Tunis agenda from WSIS 20 years ago. And very much part of the multi-stakeholder model has also been to actually foster this inclusivity across all these areas, way beyond just the perhaps more limited scope that led to the WSIS discussions 20 years ago. We now cover multilingual domain names, IDNs, multiple script has been brought into the internet. We see a lot of work in this. There's 151 internationalized domain names in 37 languages and 23 scripts. That wasn't there 20 years ago, and we have supported all this. And beyond that, the WSIS, or the multi-stakeholder model that's been embodied through the IGF and the WSIS process, has gone from supporting exchange points build-outs around the world into areas that didn't have exchange points before. It's championed a lot of collaboration in many of these areas. We had a Coalition for Digital Africa that have supported these initiatives in Africa, for example, but we also see this in many of the other regions of the world. So I think that it's been actually very successful. It's delivered a lot of value from the multi-stakeholder model. That's a mouthful, and the IGF has really been the embodiment of this, which actually coming together once a year to enable all of these groups, stakeholder groups, to have these discussions in a really open forum, transparent forum, to exchange ideas and share the vision from that.
Thank you, Curtis. Ambassador, the second question goes to you. And how the achievements of the WSIS shape the global environment across political, economical and social dimension? And again, not a very big question.
I think it's an incredible success story. When you look at the number of users that are connected to the internet globally, how the internet has become the most important piece of global infrastructure, possibly in human history. It has expanded along with the governance arrangements. So you've seen WSIS grow from, I think, what was seen as a niche technical discussion to a process now which is incredibly expansive, incredibly inclusive. WSIS has found new ways to engage new stakeholders, new countries. We've seen 190 regional and national initiatives buy into the process. So I think as connectivity has expanded, so has the processes for internet governance expanded. When you look at how that has evolved, you don't have the internet as we know it today, functioning as we know it today, without that inclusive process. If you set out to design the internet from scratch with a state-led process, with a multilateral process, there is no way it works. There is no way it gets us to where we are today. I think next year's an incredible opportunity to review the arrangements, to look at how they're working, what needs to adjust and evolve for the next 10 years, how we ensure there is that inclusive approach, how we ensure civil society, the technical community, small countries who are still on their digital connectivity journey. We need to evolve to make sure they have a voice, that we are inclusive, but I do think we should take time to reflect on the incredible success of how the model has brought us something that is so crucial to all aspects of human life today.
Before I go to Tripti, if I may follow up, Australia has been actively involved, obviously, but since the beginning, if I remember correctly, what is your stance about the WSIS Plus 20? Like, where is Australia staying?
I think our most important priority is twofold. One is to preserve the preeminence of the multi-stakeholder model, to ensure there is equal footing for the range of stakeholders through the conversations next year. As I said, it only works when all stakeholders have a voice. I think WSIS is in some ways a unique arrangement where we bring a range of stakeholders on equal footing with an equal voice into those rooms. For us, that is a crucial priority. Our second priority is inclusivity. So we are doing a lot of work with countries in our region, particularly in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, to say, as connectivity spreads, and we're strong supporters of digital connectivity in the region through our work on subsea cables and telecommunications access, we want to ensure that they are part of the process. We want to ensure the smaller Pacific Island states are represented, are able to present their perspective. So our second priority is, as we preserve that multi-stakeholder process next year, to ensure there is a broader range of voices that are represented. I think we're well on the way to achieving that. I think we do a lot of work in the region. A number of other people who are represented here today, including ICANN, are really active in ensuring those places have a voice. For me, that's a huge priority for next year.
Thank you. That's really important to have the smaller countries that usually don't go to these events to be present. Tripti, again, not a big question for the 3 minutes, but what have been the most challenging moments in the last 2 decades since the WSIS started? The WSIS, well, it started more than 2 decades ago. And what do you think are the key lessons that the IGF community should take away from this experience?
Thank you, Vinny, for the question. So I would say there have been many significant events and challenges, some that I would classify as achievements and some that are challenges that have occurred recently that we must overcome. So among these challenges, a key one that has been percolating in the last several years has been the risk of internet fragmentation at the technical level. So the calls for replacing the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance as we are currently witnessing with the new one, which is multilateral oriented, highlight the critical need for the technical community, including ICANN, of course, to come together to deliver on our mission. Another event that I would like to highlight is the IANA stewardship transition, which I believe is an achievement. It was a pivotal moment that required trust and compromise and careful management. And this process proved and underscored the value of collaborative governance and provided a model for addressing some very complex transitions. And in other areas, in terms of what I would consider challenges and threats, is cybersecurity threats and misinformation and just the misuse of data and the value of data that has been presented to us in the last many years. And this value has taken on all kinds of key attributes, such as privacy has become critical, and then the weaponization of data, right? And so this can potentially erode public trust on the internet. And another very key thing is that no one, I think, ever imagined the speed with which information could move and actually impact and influence another part of the world. So balancing security with openness has proven to be difficult yet essential, underscoring the need for very robust security measures and greater transparency. At the same time, the persistent digital divide, leaving close to a third of the global population unconnected, highlights the need for innovative approaches to expand access, particularly in those regions that are not connected. So the key takeaway for the IGF community is, of course, ensuring that the multi-stakeholder collaboration in this model prevails. It involves governments, academia, civil society, the technical community, IGOs, businesses. Coming together, we have shown the resilience and adaptability, enabling all these different voices to come together and tackle problems together. And for example, I think the IANA transition proves as a model for us being able to come together and establish that internet intergovernmental cooperation, multi-stakeholder cooperation actually works and is very effective. So looking ahead, the IGF community must continue to strengthen this model while advancing digital inclusivity and fostering trust and transparency to safeguard the internet's future.
Thank you, Tripti. You mentioned the IANA transition. Indeed, during the WSIS Plus 10 review process was in 2015, and this was exactly when the IANA transition was happening. And I won't forget how the representative of China to the UN took the floor and actually supported the IANA transition, which was a very good sign of a major country supporting it. Raquel, last question is to you, and then we'll open if there are any questions online or in the room for a couple of minutes. What key factor has helped us overcome some of the challenges in those past 20 years, some of those that Tripti mentioned, and how might that knowledge guide the development of a more inclusive, secure and resilient digital future? And how do you think the IGF has contributed to this outcome?
Thank you very much, Veni, and thank you very much first for the invitation for this rich panel. I think we are going to have a lot of discussions on WSIS, and this is another opportunity to do so. So I would like to recall a little bit what was the breakthrough into the first two rounds of the WSIS process, so 2003 and 2005. I think a good point has been made on the recognition of the technical community role in all the internet governance mechanisms, but also a couple of months ago I was invited by LACNIC, one of the regional internet registries location, to make a talk for the tech guys on why it's important to participate into those discussions. And I think the point that I want to make is not only the mechanisms of the decision-making mechanisms for the WSIS needs to be inclusive and open, but also once they are, you need to have the stakeholders engaged. And this is pretty much one of the fatigue problems that you have when there are so many multiple discussions to see the relevance and the importance of participating. So allow me just, I will try to keep short. I know I have 2 minutes now, but to make it an example on another level. When we think about the breakthrough between the paradigm that you had into the first two rounds, which was the multilateral model, through the multi-stakeholder model, what is the difference there? If you think about, if you go to a restaurant, let me try into a pre-lunch session to use food as an example. If you go to a restaurant and you have a fixed menu, of course you are going to be fed, but then you have just this, kind of set choices that you can make. Imagine if you could go to the kitchen and everyone could go there and use your family recipe, or if you don't know how to cook, you can contribute by doing the dishwashing, or everyone has a role there in the kitchen. And then when you are served, you have this diverse plates and experiences and exchange that can be made. And yes, it took more effort, probably more time, but then once you were at the table, you have this richer experience that can be shared among all the participants. So I know examples are tricky. This is not a 100% a good example, but I think it shows the difference between a fixed menu when you have multilateral model and when you have this rich kitchen experience that the IGF can provide, when everyone is at the room, everyone can participate, and then the outcomes are much more richer and solid. And I think we are going to be talking about results later. Thank you, Vani.
Thank you. Are there any questions in the room? One over there, if somebody can bring a microphone. And if there is no microphone, you may have to use one of those.
Thank you, Veni. Very great panel. I've been involved in the WICIS project through the CSTD working group on IGF improvement, enhanced cooperation, member of MAG. I've been very active in business constituency in ICANN. I followed the IANA transition. And throughout, I've seen that ICANN has a unique product and has their unique multi-stakeholder approach. And it played out during the call for the elimination of .ru, okay, and the community said no. So that is a brilliant model. How are we propagating this further? How are we strengthening this? Because of internet shutdown, there are a lot of internet shutdown around the place. Can we project this model so that when it comes to shutting down, maybe we can have a forum to discuss? Thank you.
Who wants to take that question? Because if not, I have some experience with that because it's related to how much governments are willing to take the experience of the last 20 years into their building their legislation, regulations, etc. And I come from Bulgaria, so I always give Bulgaria as an example because nobody can get upset about it. But Bulgaria has years ago now, 25 years ago, decided that there will be no regulation of any kind on internet addresses and internet names. Internet numbers, however, were regulated. And the result was that with a 6.5 million population at the peak of that boom, there were 2,000 internet service providers in the country, which, I live in New York City with 10 million people. There are 2 internet service providers, so not much of a choice. So I think one of the ways is what can be adapted from this model and how it can contribute to the governmental and intergovernmental processes. Yes.
Can I just add one thing? I want to come back to what we said about the back in 2003 and 2005. This was not a given, right? There were other alternatives that we could have come down, right? And if you look at the discussions, look around us here today. You asked the question, how can we broaden it? We have broadened it. We have a lot of other topics that has come here exactly because they're seeking what this model offers, right? They want to have the broad participation, the broad multi-stakeholder model, and I think that's really a testament to the strength of what we have achieved, because that was far from certain back in 2003, certainly, maybe more certain in 2005, but that was the outcome.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the second question, and I'll ask to you, Ambassador, because you have to leave, I know, so a little bit change in the order, but there has been, and it comes into the question actually, there has been a lot of talk in multilateral venues about strengthening multilateralism in the multipolar world. Given the global internet is a network of many networks, is a multilateral approach the answer to deal with some of those complex and transitional challenges? And is there room to preserve the multi-stakeholder approach in this increasingly geopoliticalized world?
I think that's the question that is really critical for 2025. But let's be real. If the multilateral world 20 years ago was tasked with constructing, developing, spreading the internet, there would be no internet. That is the starkness of the choice. The multilateral world is not equipped on its own to develop a network of networks in the way that we have that. Now let's imagine that. Let's imagine a multilateral driven internet. Firstly, I don't think it has spread in the way that we know it today. Digital trade, I think, is subject to far more national barriers and borders. We don't have the globally connected world that we have today. So that is the starkness of the choice that we face. The multi-stakeholder model has worked. It has brought us all the benefits and upsides in a way that the multilateral world will never be capable of organising. So we need to preserve what works with the multi-stakeholder model. We need to remember that multi-stakeholder means governments are in the room. Governments are a key part of the process. Governments have a strong role in shaping the future of the internet. So this is not a one or the other proposition. The multi-stakeholder model gives everyone a voice, gives everyone the ability to shape the future. Multilateral institutions are a core part of that. They are part of the process. They are part of the discussion. So yes, we need to use next year and the WSIS processes as a way to evolve, to look at what the future arrangements should be. But let's be in no doubt, if we try to replace the multi-stakeholder model with a pure multilateral state-governed model, goodbye to the internet. That would be a catastrophe for us all. It would be a catastrophe for global development. It would be a catastrophe for meeting the Sustainable Development Goals. We're all invested in preserving the multi-stakeholder model, and governments are a key part of that.
Thank you. I guess you have to leave, and be able to ask follow-up questions, because I'm sure there will be. So, Ian, you can exchange seats. Curtis, I'm gonna go to you. And sorry for the change order, but I wanted the ambassador to have the answer this question. So there are a lot of challenges that we hear here talking about: misinformation, disinformation, cybersecurity risk, regulatory pressures. How do you see the role of the technical community in addressing those challenges?
So, I mean, without a doubt, there is a issue of misinformation and, cybersecurity risks is a quite a wide topic, ranging from true security risks to resilience, and I mean there's many topics under that umbrella, and these are leading to increased regulatory pressure, and I think we need to, from the technical community, we need to make sure that we have the frameworks and the technologies to counter the risks, and I think that will also take some pressure off the regulatory need, because if we can safeguard this through technology, we might have less need for regulation. But I mean, there has been a lot of in the lab, throughout the last few years, last 10, 20 years, maybe even, these risks has increased, and there are all kind of actors and drivers who are trying to exploit these weaknesses. The technical community have very much tried to address these. We have from the on the DNS side, the domain name side, we have the DNSSEC, which is the technology and framework for ensuring trust in the identified resolution of namespace. That's developed by the IGF, and ICANN very much are active in trying to get this deployed as far as possible, as wide as possible, by all actors in the name resolution chain. And this we by building capacity and furthering this. And the same goes for the number space, so the IP address space, to ensure validity in these through RPKI and manners and other initiatives where we can validate that the authenticity and the trust in the system is maintained. And that is what we are doing as technical community to counter some of these threats.
Thank you. Tripti, to continue from Curtis' answer, governments have been paying close attention to those challenges as well. And so, in your view, in your observations, how does the geopolitical environment affect the technical underpinnings of the internet and the challenges that Curtis was talking about?
So I couldn't agree more with what Curtis just said, that geopolitical and political, impact, movements do impact the technical underpinnings of the internet, and particularly the areas of regulatory complexities and cybersecurity events and risks and misinformation, the propagation of misinformation. And fragmentation risks have grown as some nations push for state-driven governance and infrastructure, including DNS resolvers. So these measures challenge the internet's unified and interoperable nature, creating barriers that could disrupt its global functionality. And I think we need to recognize that as we're promoting a multi-stakeholder model, this interconnected world, but I think the value that comes with such an interconnected world needs to be understood. So as the question that was asked earlier about countries turning off internet access, they only hurt themselves, because we are such an interconnected world that transactions will simply start to fail. And I think many entities in the world don't understand how things happen in the world today, whether it be economic transactions and communication transactions. So, it's really a situation of, cutting your nose to spite your face. Coming to cybersecurity threats further compound the challenges as geopolitical tensions escalate. State-sponsored cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and misuse of digital platforms increasingly undermine the trust on the internet. And this erosion of trust, highlights the urgent need for collaborative measures to strengthen the internet security and stability. The multi-stakeholder model continues to remain critical in addressing these challenges. It brings together all the different constituents, the different stakeholders, governments, the private sector, civil society, technical community, so that we can produce a craft a balanced solution, an inclusive solution. So ICANN's ongoing commitment to this model, particularly through its work in promoting UA, universal acceptance, and IDNs, international domain names, help bridge this linguistic divide and create a multilingual internet, which is essentially speaking to inclusivity. And so to safeguard the global internet's integrity, and the stakeholders must collaborate on all regulatory frameworks that address security and content-related concerns without fragmenting the internet. Through dialogue, cooperation, the IGF community can help maintain a unified, secure, and resilient internet in this increasingly polarized world.
Thanks, Steve. I'm looking at my watch, but we have one more question, then we'll open for some to Raquel, and then we'll open for some questions, and there is an online question which we will also address. So Raquel, some critics argue that the multi-stakeholder model is struggling to balance diverse interests and achieve concrete results. How would you respond to those critics, and what changes or improvements, if any, might be needed?
Thank you very much again, Veni. And the burden of being the last one in the session is that you can subscribe to the other ones, but then you have a challenge to bring something new. And I will keep just a short answer into 2 points. So one is regarding the processes, and the second more of the substance of the discussion. Regarding the processes, I think it's important also to remember that you can bring this multi-stakeholder approach also to the local level. It's not only a global discussion, and I come from .br, which has the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, which was set into a multi-stakeholder committee from 1995. So even before WSIS was done, even before ICANN. And it was really a natural decision when you realize that to take on the big task of thinking the internet evolution and recommendations for the internet use at the local level, one actor, one stakeholder is not going to bring the solution. So everyone come together to the table and make those recommendations. So that's the let's say the inception of the multi-stakeholder at the local level. And it's not about only keeping the internet open, of course, and safe, but also resilient. And regarding the question on the shutdowns, I mean, of course, you need to keep it on, but you cannot avoid some of the decisions, but you can make sure that you will bring back faster as you can. And so this resilience is also very important, not only on the infrastructure level, but also on the political level, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But also at the global level, when I'm still on the processes part, CGI has undertook, together with lots of the partners, a huge effort on Net Mundial, on making these global discussions, realizing that you have those challenges. So back in 2014, when you had these nodal revelations on massive and pervasive vigilance, you had this moment where internet governance principles, where internet governance and the fragmentation of the internet itself was at risk. And bringing Net Mundial, this global discussion, into a multi-stakeholder fashion was really important to reinforce our way ahead. And we were back to this moment this year. So the beginning of this year, there was Net Mundial Plus 10, which also took the realization that we had new uses and new challenges for the internet, and we need to be back together as a community to reinforce our principles, but also to look ahead how those processes can be improved in order to bring the solutions that we need and that don't break the internet. So that's one of the points. And very shortly, in terms of the substance, I think our biggest challenge right now is to make the understanding what the internet is, and in different levels, right? It's not only for the governments, for the judiciary, for the Congress. It's really hard not to bring what is more visible in terms of social media and the big techs and the platforms, and make sure they understand that the internet is not only social media. Make sure that AI is a great breakthrough in terms of new technology. Internet still holds it together as a foundation, and that's what I think it's the cross-cutting substance that we need also to bring into those processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a couple of minutes for questions after this session, this part of the session. Anyone in the room? Well, it's either everything is crystal clear or nothing is clear. Yes.
Sorry, maybe a question will be a little related to previous part, but I come from a country where which actually really wants the world to be exactly multilateral, not multi-stakeholder. And in some cases, including our country, keeping multi-stakeholder relations and also technical relations like independent DNS, government independent DNS, is a kind of violation of law. So we are slowly moving from light discussions, not decision-making activities, to activities which might be slightly illegal or in some cases very illegal. So and this issue is not addressed anyhow. So ambassador from a free country may say good words, I can board and president can say good words, but how issue of lack of multi-stakeholder possibilities in non-free countries may be addressed by technical community and other stakeholders? Thank you.
I mean, it's a complicated question, but I'm going to offer observation. So, the ambassador said that if the multilateral model were to design the internet, it would never have happened. Now, I'm a technologist from beginning, and I've been around for a very long time and a bit of a nerd. Those of us who've been around long enough will remember that actually multilateralism tried to develop the internet, and in its place we got the current internet, right? That was a successful model, was the multilateral model that actually outcompeted the multilateral competing technologies. It's not exactly an answer to Alexander, but I think that the reality is that you need, in the end of the day, you need to have a working solution for it to catch on, right? And if you break it, so it becomes unusable, the market forces in any country will act, right? And I think that's the best that the technical community can do, is prove that we have something that works, right?
Thank you. And there was an couple of online questions. One of them actually relates to the UN policies vis-a-vis which is not really our expertise. But the other one was asking whether ICANN can deprive a country, or I assume it can be expanded, not only ICANN, but the technical organizations like the RIRs or ICANN can take off a domain name, a country domain name or country IP addresses of the internet. And I think this was addressed actually almost 3 years ago now. You were not, but there was a request coming from Ukraine to ICANN and RIPE, the European Internet Registry, about taking down the Russian top level and IP addresses that were given to Russia, and the response that came from both organizations was that we cannot do that. That's not in our powers. So that's the situation there. Alexander, this answers your question, right? Is there another question? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Wallace Chen from Global Ethics Foundation. I have a question about the content of internet. I understand you touched upon many open, free, and multilateral framework, but it seems that particularly in the AI-driven age, how to ensure the information integrity. We use the term that used in Global Digital Compact. How this governance framework, how the multi-stakeholders can ensure the integrity of information on the internet. Thank you.
Sure. So this goes back to the topic of data governance, and this is a big topic right now with the percolation of AI and the capabilities that are coming with AI. So for AI to be successful, there are essentially 3 pillars to AI, which is the data that's fed into the engines, the algorithms that compute the outcomes, and of course the back-end infrastructure. So if the data is bad, so if the data that goes into it is bad, the output is bad. So it's very critical that as AI governance models are being discussed, that data is appropriately tagged and labeled and fed into its repositories before it's used. So there needs to be a data validation process, ensuring the veracity of the data and the ethical, tagging of the data. So this is, in my opinion, a very steep hill to climb, but it's a hill that we must climb if we want to be successful in the use of all these emerging technologies that will be so impactful in our future. So I hope that answers your question to a certain extent.
Thank you, Tripti. We're going to change the order now. Raquel, you complained that you're the last. No, I'm joking. You did not complain. But now you're going to be first. And we're going to put the diplomat to answer last. So Raquel, the question to you is, how do you see the role of the IGF in transforming the digital future? What changes or evolution do you think is necessary to make the IGF more impactful? And what have we learned in the past 20 years? And maybe there will be another WSIS review in another 20 years, who knows?
Thank you very much, Vinny, and for changing the order. I'm sure the diplomat is much more skilled to be the last one. I'm going to use this as it's a very complex question for a 1 minute answer. But then I think first the IGF has proven to be the successful experience, but it is not. One solution, right? And it's not a one IGF that we are talking about. The first point I want to make is the IGF is not only the event, but it's the process that you do all year round that matters. And I used to say that the IGF has, at least for now, 3 waves that were pretty much important. So the first wave till about 2013, 2014 for those revelations that I was mentioning, the IGF really consolidated into this global dialogue space, into a bottom-up process, into an equal footing, and into changing and breaking this paradigm of the multilateral that was known so far. And it's not only for the internet, right? All other collective goods and rights like the environment are also taking on this model, because it's really important to consolidate that it can be done and it can achieve results even though they are not the results we are used to. So that's the first wave for the IGF. The second wave for the IGF has been precisely to bring more into the tangible results and how it's changed the intersessional work, how it makes sure to bring all the thematic relevance that was needed, but also to integrate into the other mechanisms. So looking for, let's say, G20, ITU, and all the and even ICANN processes. So how we can make this coordination and cooperation really something that is tangible at the end, looking for the best practices. And now it's the third wave, right? It has reached the kind of the highest level at the UN, and in order to be continued, right, and to think about the next 10 years, 20 years, or the IGF forever, as it was called, into the one of the high-level sessions. I will bring some of the points also that that are in the Net Mundial Plus 10 statement. The IGF really needs to have more of this financial support. Right now, at the UN streams and how the fund works, it's really uncertain how it can keep going, and to do all it's done, it's really a miracle that is happening right now, and it needs to have more of this resource level commitment, but also in order to make sure that it keeps going on being more inclusive and more open, and it fosters more of the national and regional discussions, and you have a retrofit from those. Of course, we have different challenges in each of our countries. Even in some countries, you have localities with different challenges and so on. But make sure that this rise to the global discussions, but also the global discussions keep having local actions. And I think because of the time, I'm going to keep that short. Thank you very much, and I hope the IGF is renewed for those that have the the decision powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. But by the way, you never know. I may still ask you the last question. Curtis, what about your vision for digital future beyond 2025, and what can the technical community do to continue building the trust and maintaining the global internet amidst its increasingly geopolitical polarized world?
So I think the technical. I think there's a few things. The unified global internet we have today, that is interoperable, seamless, is really the foundation of all the value creation the internet has enabled. Right, that is the fundamental aspect of the internet. And as you say, there is a question of trust in this model going forward, that we need to ensure that trust remains. And by doing that, we need to address some of the challenges that we have just talked about in the panel now, from security to verification, and also enabling that openness there, because that's very much part of that value creation. And I think the technical community, like the IETF, who sets all the standards, ISOC, who does a lot of the work with business, civil society, ICANN, who the constituents we have in names and numbering, and all the other ICANN groups, GAC, etc. We really need to identify and understand these concerns and what could possibly erode that trust, and how do we create a technical framework that meets that going forward. And I mean, some of this work is done. As you said, we have manners for routing. As I said, we said DNSSEC before, and there's a lot of other programs. So manners is a program for bringing RPKI and routing security to the world's ISPs and certify and have a sort of standardized way for doing it. Kind DNS for DNS is similar, so building on these frameworks to ensure that this gets globally deployed. Because there's also the other thing is that we might have the technologies, but we need to deploy them as well. We need to have them actually validated and in the wild, so we can actually provide that trust. One thing is to having the tools, the other one is to actually ensure the trust exists. And so to continue in building that, so that we really have this trusted system, trusted ecosystem, and collaborate around all these efforts with all these stakeholders, both in identifying the challenges, but also delivering the solutions to them. And I think, again, that's the multi-stakeholder approach. That's how we work. We work together and the technical community's role in this is to ensure that the technical aspects provide the resilience, security, and trust of the network that we want. And the other part there that we haven't talked so much about here, but there is another aspect of trust, is of course also the inclusivity. Trust is the technical trust, but also feeling included provides that trust, and that includes internationalized domain names, scripts, etc., that we work on, so that people actually can use this and make sure we had a capacity building as well, so like the programs I talked about, so you feel included in that sense, because that's really where we start seeing value. I mean, people don't feel can actually trust beyond the technical trust, but also having trust in the system, trust in participation, trust in use.
Thanks a lot. Tripti, the second to last question, and no pressure, Ian and Raquel. But what actions can the technical community, including ICANN and other key stakeholders, take to ensure that the outcomes of the WSIS Plus 20 review preserve and strengthen the multi-stakeholder governance model?
Thank you, Vinny. There's a lot that can be done. So to ensure the WSIS Plus 20 review strengthens this model, the multi-stakeholder governance model, the technical community, including ICANN, of course, and other key stakeholders, we must act with a shared vision and come together in, in collaboration and be determined to, maintain this model. And it's been said over and over again this morning as we've talked, this model works and, let's not break it. And it's been central to the internet success. The ambassador mentioned it, Curtis just highlighted it, we're all highlighting it, that this has fostered inclusivity, transparency, collaboration, and innovation. Let's not forget, this was built upon, an open environment. When you look at the early days of the internet, vibrant minds came together and said, let's do something exciting. And why on earth would you want to break that and take that away? So let's learn from our successful past and preserve the good from of the past. And the technical community, we must advocate for the multi-stakeholder model by showcasing how effective we've been in addressing challenges. And the current prevailing challenges are security, inclusion, and all the other challenges that are coming with AI. AI is introducing many challenges. We've got to have standards. We've got to ensure that the data that's being fed into engines is good, and that that is not in turn used in the wrong way. So we've got to come together as a community, as a technical community, and be part of the solution. So that's something that I would say is critical. Technical expertise must inform diplomats who will be negotiating the WSIS Plus 20. So organizations like ours, ICANN, must share our technical expertise to ensure that people who negotiate WSIS Plus 20 understand how the internet works and what the role is of each stakeholder, because it's not clear that there's a common understanding of the different layers of the internet and how things interoperate. Can you hear me? Because I'm cutting in and out myself. I think I've lost. You can hear me? Okay. And so some other examples of how we can come together and inform diplomats is universal acceptance and IDNs, which actually these key elements of future services speak to inclusivity and preserving, making a multilingual internet. And one thing that I'd like to mention is that I'm particularly, would like to tied or married to multilingual internet, because the language of science and technology has become English, which has helped us all come together and create new technologies. However, there's some collateral damage that comes with it, which is we potentially are going to forget our languages and forget our culture, because we have started to speak this common language, which is great, is producing some positive outcomes. But let's not forget our rich cultural heritage, and we've got to preserve that. So for that reason alone, I think it's very important that we make the internet multilingual. And the other thing that's very important is engaging policymakers. That's equally important. Active participation in the UN, consultations and global forums help shape these discussions, build understanding. Can you hear me? Because interesting, because I'm cutting out. I can't hear myself. So, and it's all right. I'm almost done. And so this includes advocating for the continuation and strengthening of the Internet Governance Forum as this critical platform for dialogue and capacity building. And so it's a pivotal moment for all the stakeholders to renew our commitment to the WSIS principles. So we've got to prioritize trust, security, and inclusivity, and the technical community can effectively contribute to an internet governance framework that supports innovation, fosters resilience, and promotes inclusivity in this digital world. So thank you, Vinny.
Thank you, and sorry for the technical difficulties. It was breaking here, but I realized it's only our two devices that were breaking. So Ian, the last question was for your ambassador. So you only have no, just kidding. No, from a government's point of view, though, what do you think the government stakeholders or the governments can do to preserve the trust while building upon the success of the digital transformation we've witnessed in the last 20 years?
Thanks for the question, and thanks for letting me sub in for my cyber ambassador. Well, quite simply, I think it's governments should allow ourselves to continue to benefit from the multi-stakeholder process. Multi-stakeholderism means we're in this together. The internet only flourishes if the community as a whole works together. This requires trust. Trust requires two things: transparency and accountability, and for that to be a two-way street. This means that governments and all other parts of the multi-stakeholder community must ensure that there is clear communication between each groups, and we all need to be accountable for each other's roles and that we play in the internet successes. So the internet success don't work if only governments are committed to upholding the WSIS, and similarly it doesn't work if either governments feel WSIS doesn't address their needs, or if the multi-stakeholder approach is no longer at its core. Australia's approach to our WSIS Plus 20 preparations is a great example of this in action, and we're committed to taking a multi-stakeholder approach to our preparations, not simply and not just based on principle, but because we genuinely believe it produces good outcomes and outcomes that we can take with us into the negotiating room. So our approach is guided by a number of core principles which are key to building trust with the multi-stakeholder community. It means being multi-stakeholder, openness and transparency, listening to and building on the perspectives and voices of all, taking a holistic evidence-based approach to outcomes, and achieving long-term agreement. So certainly if you are interested in learning about the approach we're taking to WSIS, please come by our booth, grab a Tim Tam, grab a koala, and we'd love to continue leveraging the deep expertise that the multi-stakeholder community has to offer as we approach the WSIS Plus 20 negotiations.
Thank you. We also were able to take pictures yesterday with I think there was a...
Yes, the Dave the koala will be back today at 1 p.m. Come by, take your camera, grab a Tim Tam and a selfie, and we'd love to chat.
Thank you. We are wrapping up the discussion, so I think one of the references that I could give also is the government engagement team at ICANN. We have a dedicated webpage. You can go to ICANN.org and click on government engagement, and you can find the information that we share. We created a network. Can you hear me or no? We created a network of about 540 members right now from 85 countries. We exchange information which people find useful, and we organize webinars every once in a while. We were very active during the Global Digital Compact negotiations, discussing every draft that was published. We'll continue doing that in the WSIS process. So please sign up, read our papers that we are producing. Any last comments or words from you guys, or else I'll turn to Raquel.
Thank you very much. I just want to say and appreciate the work you're doing. It really helps us, even at the local level. Those materials we can spread, and I think that's also the message here, because preach the importance of the IGF. For those in the room, it's easy. It's much harder when you go back home or back to your constituencies, and then you need to convince those of the importance. And so having these background materials are really, really important. Thank you, Veni and Kurt and everyone for the work done.
Thanks a lot. Any last comments? No. Well, thanks a lot. We finished actually 3 minutes before the end of time, which the local host will be very thankful. We're giving them time to rearrange the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be started once our presentation. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be started once our presentation will be on the screen. So please wait for another few minutes. Okay. Okay. This looks better. Yeah.
So she needs it with the three.
Is it on? Hello.
Yeah, it's on. It's on.
I can't hear my voice.
You're kidding me. Stop trying.
聞こえました? Okay. Hello, hello. Okay. This is good. 聞こえ
The transmitter is over there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that will be.
Oh, that's a bit
Yeah.
difficult. Ah, そうですね。はい。Okay, we are ready. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's get started. This is. Okay. Okay. This is launch and award event number 100 IGF 2023 in Kyoto, UN Conference in Internet Governance. This is a book launch event. This is a book launch event. We prepared a report booklet from the IGF 2023 last year in Kyoto. So this session is meant to present you with the guidelines of this booklet and the activity that we had behind the publication. My name is Keisuke Kamimura. I'm a professor at Daito Bunka University based in Tokyo, Japan. But today I am speaking in the capacity of one of the members of the SEEK Digital Research Institute Internet Governance Research Group. SEEK stands for the Center for International Cooperation, and at the end of the session, we have some free copies of this booklet. So if you are interested, please take one. Take one for yourself. And I will be joined by Ms. Kawauchi. She is the secretariat for the research group, and she will give us detailed outline of this booklet. Kawachi-san, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so yeah. Okay, I will explain about the report. As you know, the Japan hosted the IGF 2023 in Kyoto last year in October, and actually it was the maybe we won't host for many years in the future, so it was very important event for us. So we decided to make a report. And actually in Japan, not many people know about the IGF. So we want many Japanese people know about the IGF, because IGF is very important for the digital society. So that is the objective of this report. Actually, this report is a hard copy. It's a A4 size and full color. You see the full color with the pictures, and 219 pages. And we published, actually it takes a bit of time, and we published it in September this year. And I will go to the next. Okay. And this is the table of the contents. Actually, the report is only in Japanese, so but I put the translation here. The first is the introduction, and the next is about the IGF, because many people don't know about the IGF itself. So we explained about IGF, the history, and the WISIS in 2005 and 6 in Tunis and Geneva, and also we explained about the domestic activities related to IGF and the NRIs and something like that. Also we have for six members of this CIEC IGF research group members. So we asked them to write about the IGF. And the third one is about the IGF 2023 in Kyoto. The overall outline is the conference details and the outline of the sessions, and also the opening ceremony, high-level leaders meeting, or the main sessions, NRIs, policy networks, and overview by sub-themes, and day zero workshops, town halls, open forums, and something like that. And also the parliamentary track and leadership panel, best practice forum, and dynamic coalitions, and something. We made a brief introduction of those sessions. And also, it was held in Japan, so many Japanese organized sessions in 2023. So we asked those Japanese organizers to write a report about their sessions. Also, the youth sessions or the open mic taking stock and closing ceremony. So that is the table of contents. Actually, this is the details of the contents, so I will skip it. And this is some pictures from the Kyoto 2023 IGFs. maybe if you attended the Kyoto IGF, you maybe remember some of the pictures. Yeah, we had fireworks or the music night and yeah, something like that. Another pictures, the kimono costumes or the tea ceremony in Japanese and something like that. So we made a hard copy, 700 hard copies printed. There are some here also. I don't know where is it. And also it is available in the PDF format. You can find it. You can download it free from the website here. Actually, this is only in Japanese, so please note. And also, we utilize this report for the School on Internet Governance webinar. We are planning to organize a SIG webinar and use this report as a reference book so that the many, especially the young people, university students, college students, know about the IGF in Japan. It is important activity, we think. Yeah. So this is the last. Actually, we organized the Japanese IGF in November in Tokyo, and we distributed the hard copies there. Actually, the red circle, it is very small, but in the red circle, we put the free copy there, and many people take it back to if they like. Yeah. So we utilize this report and we are thinking to utilize this report as much as possible, so that the IGF's importance. We want to know many Japanese people to know about the importance of IGF. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Any questions or? Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Kawaguchi. Thank you, Kawaguchi-san. Did you hear? Hello. Okay. Thank you, Kawaguchi-san. Let me add some comment to her presentation. This is not an official report by the Ministry of Information Affairs in Japan. This is more of a voluntary or unofficial report. Why did we do this? Why? Hello. Okay. Why did we do this? Because we always have a problem when we try to encourage local Japanese community to be engaged in internet governance or local internet governance forum in Japan, and we are always asked what the internet governance forum is or what internet governance is about. So we try to keep the recording of the UN conference as much as detailed as possible, so that when we try to encourage local Japanese community to be engaged in the internet governance dialogue, they will have a better understanding or a better idea what the IGF is or what internet governance is about. So that's one thing. And we also wanted to other host countries to produce their version of reporting of the IGF that will be held locally, so that so that will be a good thing. So and why? So that's the reason why we did this. I mentioned that we try to be as precise as possible, but we did not mean to be fully precise, because if you go to the IGF website, you have a comprehensive reporting, recording of the IGF, of the meetings in the IGF. So we try to highlight what was discussed or what was important in the IGF 2023. So that's the concept behind. And what else? As I mentioned, this is not an official report, but we have some opening or introductory messages from the Ministry of Information Affairs. In a way, this report demonstrates the collaboration or combination between the civil society, business, the industry, and the government. Multi-stakeholder collaboration that is taking place in Japan, in Japan's internet governance context. So this is my additional comment on this booklet. So if you have any comments or questions, please feel free to do so. Okay. Can you give the audience the microphone?
Thank you for a presentation. Can you hear me? So I'm Tanaka, also from Tokyo, Japan. I joined Kyoto IGF 2023, so it's a very impressive event. So I think the attending at this event, there should be somebody thinking about invite IGF their country. So in this sense, this book is very useful to understand what it is IGF, and also so many pictures may be very helpful to understand the event mood. So while it's only in Japanese, right, but at this time translation engine can help to translate each country's language. So my comment and question is there is a link to this PDF file in your CFIEC website, right? How about, I'm not sure the organization of IGF itself, maybe IGF headquarters website should have a link to this PDF. So because potential in future hosting country maybe research what is the IGF, what is the key of this key success factor of this event. At that time, I believe this book is very helpful to understand and encourage so many affiliate people to join a future IGF. I think this is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point of time, we don't have a link to this report from the UN IGF website. No. Thank you very much anyway. Any other comments? Yes, please.
Could you tell how much time was spent on preparing this report? So what was an effort to create this astonishing book?
Well, actually quite a lot, but Kawachi-san.
Well, maybe there is thousands human work hours or something like.
Maybe she's the lady behind the whole work, so she will be probably better positioned to answer your question.
Actually, it took quite of time actually.
So I spend no time to take this book, but I heard the key is a short report after each session. So she browsed all sessions at Kyoto. So some write a very good report, but some are absent, no report of that session. So very important thing is each presenter or facilitator, moderator should leave some report. What happened, what is the future like that. So it's very helpful to make like this report. Sorry, I had no job, but I heard from her. Just a comment. Thank you.
Well, another point of beauty that we had this report is that we can connect each group, who had a session at the IGF. Otherwise, session groups are disconnected or isolated. So having this booklet or having this effort to produce this booklet will be one of the opportunities that for the Japanese local community to get together and to see or understand what other stakeholder or other group is doing during and after and during and before the IGF. So yes, that's the point. So as I mentioned, this session is more of a book launch, and we encourage that other stakeholders in the future host countries will do some way or the other, try some way or the other keep the recording of the conference that you will have, so that we can share the knowledge afterwards. So if you don't have further questions or comments, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining this launch event.
very easy to turn on. Test. Channel 3. Test. Voice. Yeah, is my voice audible?
check, 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 check.
Like if Pearl can hear. Yeah. Okay. Hello. I am doing an audio test. Can anyone in the Zoom room hear me? So you guys with the headphones on can hear me, but what about the people in the Zoom room?
Good morning.
Good morning, Nigel. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. How are you?
I'm good. I'm gonna test my video as well.
Good.
And can you see me?
I can. I can see you fine. Yeah, we're all okay.
Great.
Hello.
Hello, check. Check.
The audio okay?
Hello, check, check, check. Mic check.
All right. Can everyone hear me? Hopefully, thank you. I'm seeing thumbs up and hoping people in Zoom can hear me as well. Thanks for waiting a couple of minutes to let anyone else trickle in. Thanks for the online thumbs up. I think we're ready. So, no audio problem? No? Okay, proceeding. Thank you so much for joining our open forum on challenges and opportunities for a multilingual internet. I am Owen Fletcher from the United States Department of Commerce, specifically the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. We've co-organized this open forum with our colleagues from the governments of Egypt, India, and the United Kingdom. I will be moderating and introducing our speakers. We are going to start with opening remarks from Jaysha Ray, our Associate Administrator within my office, the Office of International Affairs at NTIA. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, Owen. And thank you all for joining us either in person or as a part of our online audience. Also, thank you to our hosts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and to the IGF Secretariat for supporting today's event. Everyone online deserves access to a digital sphere that is diverse, inclusive, and that serves their needs. In order to create this digital sphere and enable meaningful connectivity, we must acknowledge the fundamental role that language plays on the internet. We also know that additional work to improve multilingualism on the internet is critically needed. There are over 7,000 languages and dialects used globally, but only about 10 of those languages have any substantial online presence. The multi-stakeholder community has developed technical solutions to enable a more multilingual internet. One goal of our discussion today is to highlight that governments can do more to advance the implementation of those solutions. Now, a number of challenges must be addressed in order to reach our goal of a truly multilingual internet. An important place to start is ensuring that everyone can navigate the internet in their own language. But to do this, we need domain names in all languages, and we need those domain names to work in the same way that English domain names do now. This means software applications must treat all top-level domains equally, regardless of the script they are in. And this is really the basis of the term universal acceptance. The multi-stakeholder internet community must work together to build policy that encourages the universal acceptance of all domain names. and email addresses, namely those that are not based in the Latin alphabet character set. In addition to the issue of universal acceptance, we need a better understanding of the market dynamics impacting the uptake of internationalized domain names, or IDNs. As we continue to pursue progress towards a multilingual internet, we must consider where the technical solutions are succeeding and where more work is needed. Finally, local language content, the delivery of which is enabled by IDNs and universal acceptance, is also a key element of the multilingual internet and requires its own policy interventions. During today's open forum, government representatives from India, Egypt, and the United Kingdom will present on their activities to promote multilingualism on the internet, including through efforts to promote universal acceptance, the uptake of internationalized domain names, and local content development. During last year's IGF in Kyoto, NTIA held a workshop on digital inclusion and multilingualism on the internet. We recognize the important role of domain names in promoting linguistic diversity online, the connection between meaningful connectivity and multilingualism, and that universal acceptance is really a foundational requirement for a multilingual internet. This year, by focusing on the role that governments can play in the pursuit of internet multilingualism, our intent is that this open forum continues to build momentum and raise awareness of this critical issue. We aim to highlight the lessons learned so far and look ahead to next steps. We'd also like to recognize the significant and ongoing work of industry, relevant technical and international organizations, and the TLD operator community in advancing IDNs and universal acceptance. I'll also note that many of the folks working on these issues are with us here today. And we are very pleased that you are here and actively contributing to the discussions, and we'd really encourage you to engage in the discussion following the presentations, because we are interested in your reflections on government efforts to raise awareness and accelerate adoption. Now, through the efforts of all of us and all stakeholders, improved multilingualism on the internet will provide a gateway to the next billion of internet users. So with that, I will turn it back to Owen Fletcher, our moderator today, who will introduce our case study presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaysha. Next, I'm hitting the next slide button. Okay. So we will have 3 case studies presented. Our first one is from Mr. Pradeep Kumar Verma, Scientist D from the Government of India's Ministry of Electronics and IT. Pradeep, please go ahead.
It's already on. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, thank you, Owen. I think am I audible? Yeah. So, just check. Okay, so I will be presenting 2 case study from India. So one is on the BhasaNet portal, and one is Mera Gaon and Mera Dharohar. This is known as the MGMD. So just a minute, I take this. So first of all, I will say about the India's linguistic and cultural heritage and strength. So India has a 22 scheduled official language that covers 15 IDN CCTLD, which is under 11 scripts. And the thing is, all the domain name in IDNs has been started for all this official 22 official language. So first of all, I would like to say that in under this 22 scheduled languages, they follow one-to-many and many-to-many relations. That means one script may have cover 8 languages. Even one language may cover 2 scripts. So that is the diversity and the strength of the Indian languages. So okay. So just I will take a tour on the Global Universal Acceptance Day. Okay, thank you. So in 2023, India took a lead in official launching of Global UA Day on March 28. After that, the regional UA Day during 2024, India has launched Bhasa Net portal. So this portal is basically promotes the multilingual internet and enhance the UA acceptability in India. So this initiative basically equip the developers and the other technical communities with the necessary tools and the processes, documents, and how they should go with the universal acceptance. So this is some highlights of the BhasaNet portal. So this portal covers all 22 languages. This portal is itself in the all 22 domain covered all 22 domain names, and so the content part of this portal is covers all 22 scheduled languages. So basically, this portal covered the SOPs for the technical communities, for the startups, frequently asked questions, the UA code samples, that is basically in the Java, Python, and other languages. And we also provide the ticketing system for the support if anyone wants to come and develop their portal in their native language for their IDN. So he can just raise a ticket, and one-to-one he can communicate with the linguistic expert and the expert who is working in the IDN field. So this is a snapshot of the portal. So next, I will come to the Mera Gaon Meri Dharohar (MGMD). So it's a My Village and My Heritage. So under this project and with the collaboration of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, so we have provided 0.6 million villages with their digital identity. So each village have their digital identity, their domain name in as well as .bharat. So this is covered under the zone mgmd.in and mgmd.bharat and their respective languages. So this is some the important parameters. So each domain name will have under .in and .bharat. So this is an interactive village culture, village tourism, all the things will be displayed under this portal. So this covers significantly the inclusivity from the diverse society of India. So this also bridges the linguistic barrier. So this is some example of the IDN domains we have formed for the basically for the government website. So what the government services are there in the displayed in the government website. So one can browse in the with the their Hindi IDN domain names. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now Owen, it's on you.
I have a microphone. I'll just take the clicker. No? Okay, thank you, Pradeep. Our next case study will be presented by Ms. Manal Ismail from the government of Egypt's National Telecom Regulatory Authority, where she is the chief expert for internet policies. Please go ahead, Manal. Thank you. Sorry, Manal, please hold. We can't hear you. We're trying to fix it. Manal, try saying something maybe. I still don't hear Manal. No. Sorry, everyone could hear Nigel, right? No? Okay, we can't hear Nigel.
Nigel is in mute now.
Oh, Nigel's muted now. Nigel, can you try saying something for me? No? No, okay. Working on it, sorry. Nigel and Manal, could you try speaking again? Still no? Nope. Thank you for your patience. Our tech support is still working on it. Please try again, Manal and Nigel. Not hearing Manal. Nigel, can you try too, just in case? Also no.
To take questions on the India presentation first.
Okay, so I think we're going. Oh.
Make a few remarks.
Sure. So while we wait for tech support to, thanks everyone. So tech support will keep trying to resolve this. Manal and Nigel, we will come back to you. We're going out of order just because we don't want everyone waiting for too long. I think we can start with some other. Can you hear me? No? Try saying something again.
Hello?
Okay, Nigel, could you mute for me?
Owen, can you hear me?
Yes, and now with one of you muted and one of you not, I think we're on track. Thank you for everyone's patience. We'll go back to our normal program And Manal, I think we're ready for you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Owen. I was just saying that I regret not being able to join you in person, but thanks for the opportunity to speak. And thanks to Saudi Arabia for hosting this year's IGF and availing remote participation. With 1/3 of the world population still being offline, we need to think about the reasons and how to make sure the technology is really serving humanity in that respect. One important reason for this is language being access barrier to those who can only communicate in their mother tongue. And with digital inclusion being a top priority, a truly multilingual internet becomes a necessity to have the next billion internet users connect meaningfully to the internet. To enable multilingual access to the internet, we have to work on all its components equally, so namely the multilingual local content, internationalized domain names, email address internationalization, and universal acceptance, as Jaisha already mentioned in her opening remarks as well. So universal acceptance is the missing piece of the puzzle needed to complement ongoing efforts on IDN delegations and creation of multilingual online content. It's needed to ensure a smooth, seamless, end-to-end multilingual experience on the internet that allows users around the world to navigate the internet entirely in their local languages. Universal acceptance aims at making all valid domain names and email addresses work seamlessly in all internet applications, devices, and systems, irrespective of their script, language, or length. And by work here, we mean that internet applications and systems must accept, validate, store, process, and display all domain names in a predictable and consistent manner. We have now more than 1,200 new GTLDs, around 100 of which are IDNs. And we have around 60 IDN country code top-level domains. We have mailboxes now that are no longer just in ASCII. And we have another round of new GTLDs on its way. This makes universal acceptance a fundamental requirement for unleashing the full potential of IDNs and internationalized email addresses and providing a truly multilingual and digitally inclusive internet. I would like to start by providing quick highlights from the recently published URID IDN World Report 2024, which provides insights into the status and trends of the global market of IDNs. An estimated 85% of CCTLDs and an estimated 41% of GTLDs currently support IDN registrations. Yet, while a significant number of CCTLDs, 85%, offer IDN registrations, the actual number of IDN registrations remains relatively low at 1.2% of the global domain name market, highlighting the limited penetration of IDNs. Additionally, they all are also concentrated among only a handful of CCTLDs. Moreover, despite the apparent availability of IDN registrations and how they seem to be supported, well supported, the actual uptake of IDNs has been remarkably slow over the years. In fact, per the URID report, only 3 CCTLDs witnessed notable growth in their IDN registrations over the past year, while the majority of CCTLDs experienced minimal or no growth at all, with 19 CCTLDs reporting contraction in their total IDN registrations. Moving to our case in Egypt, and from our experience with Egypt's ID and CCTLD, it really aligns with the findings of the URID report. Egypt IDN CCTLD.Masr was among the first batch of IDN delegations in 2010, along with Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Russia. And upon launch, we reached around 40 or 50% of the .EG registrations in just a few weeks. Yet over the years, we suffered very low renewal rates, resulting in significant reduction in the number of registered domain names under the IDN CCTLD. And we currently stand at 1/10 the number we started with in 2010. The main reason for this very low renewal rate under Egypt ID and CCTLD was identified to be the malfunctioning of internationalized email addresses, which is attributed to the lack of wide deployment of universal acceptance. So even if users successfully register an IDN, they may encounter issues when attempting to use that domain name in email addresses, some web browsers, or other online services, leading to frustration and confusion of end users. It's also related to compatibility issues with many existing software application systems, which were designed with the assumption that domain names would only contain ASCII characters, and sometimes even with the assumption of a certain length. Consequently, users may opt for ASCII domain names to avoid potential compatibility issues, even if an IDN would better represent their language or culture identity. Regarding the wide deployment of universal acceptance, there are, of course, challenges, and this includes the need to aware and convince both the supply and the demand sides at the same time. There is no appealing product to attract demand, and there is no pressing demand to trigger supply. So it's a really unique situation. Also, universal acceptance needs to be very widely deployed before it starts to bear its fruits. Another reason could be that users with no language barrier finds that everything is working fine. And those who are offline because of language barrier, they are taking it for granted and they are not aware there is a solution to this problem. Another thing could be that the business model itself may not be pressing or that appealing today, but of course the counter argument to this is that the deployment is straightforward, it's future-proof, it provides a market edge, and is expected to trigger demand and open up a new market. And finally, it's a multi-stakeholder issue, so it has technical, strategic, commercial, and cultural dimensions, and hence it needs the buy-in of all the relevant stakeholders. Focusing more on why governments should care on working on universal acceptance readiness and internet multilingualism. This, of course, serves the government's efforts and objectives on digital transformation, as well as digital and social inclusion, preserving culture and advancing digital identity, ensuring government online services are reaching citizens nationwide, stimulating growth of local IDN's market and online multilingual content by increasing competition and fostering innovation, providing more customer choice, availing internationalized email addresses, which have been hindering the uptake of IDNs for some time now. and driving the use of local IDN domains and email addresses as opposed to ASCII ones hosted off borders. It also serves government efforts in increasing internet penetration and bridging the digital divide, promoting digital literacy and facilitating meaningful access to the internet. And last but not least, acquiring future-proof systems and applications. So in Egypt, we've been trying to promote awareness on universal acceptance and work on its deployment. We have started with the government as key stakeholder and main driver for government digital transformation projects. We are trying to align with the governmental projects and initiatives, reaching out to software companies to get them involved, setting pilots for proof of concept, and also working with academia on graduation projects, conducting hackathons on universal acceptance, and holding hands-on and technical training also on deployment of internationalized email addresses. We're also trying to reach out to survey, identify, and prioritize platforms and tools that are most commonly used in order to assess their UA readiness, and accordingly organize engagement activities with the relevant stakeholders. Beyond that, it's great to see multilingualism, universality, and meaningful access to the internet on global agendas, including the UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, ITU, UNESCO, and most recently, the Pact of the Future and Global Digital Compact. So we look forward to working with everyone on availing a truly multilingual internet experience, as we owe it to those who need it. Apologies if I exceeded the 10 minutes, and I leave it at this and pass the floor back to you, Owen, and look forward to the rest of our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Manal. I think we've had two very interesting presentations so far with lots of ideas that we can dig into in the discussion session. Before that, let's have our third case study coming from Nigel Hickson of the United Kingdom, where he is Senior Advisor on Internet Governance and the Domain Name System for the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. Nigel, go ahead.
Yes, yes, and good afternoon. Thank you, Owen. Can you hear me? I suppose I ought to ask that, given the
Thank you. We're good
earlier
now.
problems. It's all good. Well, it's an absolute delight to take part in this session. I would like Manal to apologise for not being there. I very much wanted to be in Riyadh, but unfortunately not on this occasion. I've been a great advocate and fan, if you like, of the UN IGF, and I'm delighted it's in Saudi Arabia. It's such an important year for the UN IGF, and I hope everyone is having a great time. I'm sure you are. And I've managed to listen in to a number of sessions, and there seems to be a lot of enthusiasm in the hallways, so to speak. And thank you also to the US NTIA for putting on this session. I think it's incredibly timely. And as Manal said, this is an issue that is, if you like, rising up the international agenda and has become, if you like, more prominent, as it should be, than perhaps it was a few years ago. And perhaps in our discussions to follow this session, we can reflect on what more can be done to promote the importance of multilingualism on the internet and the problems of universal acceptance. So I'm going to be fairly short in my presentation on behalf of the UK government. the UK has always, if you like, recognised the importance of multilingualism. We have a very diverse multilingual population in the UK, and in terms of citizens and residents applying for government services, we recognise the importance of providing not only government services in very many languages, so people can understand what they're applying for and what they're entitled for in terms of public benefits and schooling and hospitalisation and lots of other things connected with the health service, and but also that they can use their own scripts, and so it is very important, and I believe it's important, for all countries, and therefore, in addition to the technical work that we have to do to ensure that we can use international domain names and scripts in non-Latin characters, we also have to ensure that our citizens and residents and other people know that they can use different languages and different scripts in their communication with government. And I'll come on to that in a second. But I think that is an area where we really do need to concentrate. In the UK, it's been a very much of an incremental approach in terms of ensuring that for government services there is universal acceptance, that people can use their own characters and they can use international domain names. This has been if you like, responsibility of our UK Cabinet Office, who have a large team responsible for gov.uk. Gov.uk in the UK is the single portal that people go to access government services. And by and large, efforts are made to ensure that all the communications on gov.uk can accept IDNs without having to, if you like, convert the email addresses and the content back to the underlying ASCII equivalent scripts, which is the way that it's still done in some areas, but that obviously is not the ideal way forward. But that leads me on to the second point, because as well as the if you like, the technical approaches that are being taken and have been taken in many areas already to ensure this acceptability issue, we also have to ensure that people understand that they can do this. And I was struck by Manal's example, that the use of the CCTLD, the IDN CCTLD, the usage has gone down to 10% of what it was when it launched, or in the early days. And to an extent, I think this comes down to lack of confidence. When I was doing a bit of research for this presentation this morning and talking to some people responsible for our own services in the UK, they said that many users would not know how to use an IDN, if you like, although, if you like, an IDN in various Indian scripts or other scripts might be a much better way for them to communicate, because it would be easier for them. They would not necessarily have the confidence or the knowledge to do that, and therefore, tend to go back to the Latin script alternative, perhaps using a mixture of their own scripts and Latin scripts. So I think we do have a lot to do in this area to ensure that users understand the availability of the systems to other scripts. I have an example from Wales, which is a part of the UK, which is a fairly large region in the UK, and it has its own .wales as a Latin based generic top-level domain. But in the use of that domain, we only have 15 examples of where advantage has been taken of the ability to use Welsh diacritics. So, we do have a problem in promoting this ability of people or promoting the ability of people to use IDNs. So I see, and I hope we can go further on this in discussion. I see three critical challenges, if you like, for us. The first is the lack of confidence that people necessarily have, perhaps, to use international domain names, and we need to do more to promote them, that they can be used. We know there are problems, of course, with universal acceptance, but it is a bit of a chicken and egg situation, in that if public authorities and if other institutions feel that there is no real use of these international domain names, and they're not seeing a problem, then they might not be taking the steps to ensure that they can be used on their systems. Secondly, the criticality of universal acceptance ahead of the next round for generic top-level domains. I mean, Manal and I and others and Santosh are involved in much of the ICANN work. ICANN has done some incredible work on multilingualism on the internet through the Universal Acceptance Steering Group and the UA Day that has been institutionalized. But going into the next round of generic top-level domains, where we're going to hopefully have more and more applications for IDNs, we must indeed do all we can to ensure that there is this further work so that they are accepted. And we must be honest with our applicants for generic top-level domains, that there are still issues with universal acceptance. So, and the third point, which I think I've covered to a large extent, is that governments can do a lot more. We're not suggesting we all should go out and regulate or pass laws or make regulation or, sort of bang. It's not a case of discipline. It's not necessarily a case of passing legislation. But what it is, it's a case of working with the private sector. It's a case of working with local authorities. It's a case of working with educational institutions, so people can understand what they can do already. Because if we're going to really have multilingualism on the internet, people need to be confident to use their own languages and not to, if you like, have to use the English language as a substitution. Far too often we read case studies where people that have come to the UK and understandably are still trying to understand the English work on things that are too worried to go online and instead get their relations and friends to apply for government services for them. And that's something we want to stop. I've talked for too long, but this is really important work that we're discussing here. Thank you.
Okay, Nigel and all of our speakers, thank you. Nobody spoke for too long. I think that was all very useful. And I'm hitting the slide button to officially enter the discussion phase. So during our brief delay earlier, I already spoke to a couple of people who I know or have comments, and there are a lot of stakeholders in the room physically, hopefully also on Zoom, who are very actively engaged on this issue. So I'm going to invite Teresa or anyone else from ICANN who might like to to speak first, because we were talking about it earlier, I'll bring you the microphone.
Thanks so much. Wow, it's a privilege to be here and also to hear the speakers, and thank you very much for organizing this event. The power to be able to engage on the internet in your own language or script is incredibly important, and something I think we often don't appreciate. We like to speak in our own language, we like to read in our own language, we like to communicate in our own language, and we should be able to do that on the internet as well. And we should have a choice of the extensions to the right of the dot or to the left of the dot and how that works. So with that sort of bridging of internationalized domain names and universal acceptance, from our perspective and from ICANN's limited mandate and mission, we play our part in trying to ensure a truly inclusive internet on all levels. And to achieve this digital inclusivity, it takes more than just getting the people online. And the speakers in their case studies observed this. It requires addressing some of the unique barriers, such as the geographical or linguistical diversity. And so with that, the internationalized domain names and the technical aspect and the coding aspect of that can play a role in breaking down the barriers. But you can fully unlock the IDN part, but unless you can actually communicate on that, hence the universal acceptance, that has to be a priority. And while we don't have a mission in that, we certainly play a role in trying to help with that, around that. And with that, it means to ensure that all valid domain names and email addresses, regardless of script, can work seamlessly across the internet on any device. And that's WhatsApp, whatever it might be that you're using that day of the week. There's been a lot of work around this. My colleagues Sarmad, Pitanan, and Seda are online. They're the versed experts on this, so if anybody has a question beyond my bandwidth or knowledge, please let's bring them in. But progress has been made, but we have a lot of gaps. So for instance, if we look at any of the testing right now, it shows that only about 11% of the top 1,000 global websites can accept internationalized email addresses, and just 22.2 of email servers can support them. That's not a lot, not given the world population and the numbers of languages and scripts and dimensions to the right or to the left of the dot. And so these challenges highlight the urgent need for universal acceptance to become a technical and operational reality, that platform providers, that other providers, whether it's tech organizations, content management systems, email tools, web hosting tools, can enable this. But it's not just a technical requirement. It's essential really for the expansion and to provide a gateway for the next billion internet users to navigate the internet in a meaningful way. IDNs are already being used in diverse sectors, including government services. We've been hearing some presentations here, health, tourism, business, as open source software and big tech applications begin to embrace local languages, but we still have a lot to do. In the context of ICANN, we're also looking at this as we look to open the next round. We anticipate, or we would hope, that we get interest for people to have their identity, whether it's a visible identity or a source that they go to through an application, to have that ability to be in the language or the script or in the extension to the right or the left of the dot in the way they want. So in partnership with others, we have a lot of work to do. And some of it is just showing how somebody can code something. And other things are, creating awareness at university levels and various other programs that are there. But the partnerships are important, and thank you for taking the initiative on the awareness here.
Keith from VeriSign also, I think, has a comment ready. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Owen. Can you hear me? Okay. So, hi, I'm Keith from VeriSign. Just wanted to give a little bit of VeriSign's history and experience with IDNs. First launched IDNs at the second level. So .com would have remained ASCII back in the year 2000. I can say that my current boss, Patrick Kane, who is now a senior vice president in the company, started out as a IDN project manager or product manager. So VeriSign has a long history of engagement with IDNs. We during the 2012 round of new GTLDs, VeriSign applied for 12 of .com and .net, 9 in .com and 3 in .net. The transliteration would be, for example, in Cyrillic KOM, the characters for com, the way that it sounds in a number of different scripts. And so VeriSign's very much committed to supporting and promoting IDNs. And in fact, we about 2.5 weeks ago, intent that commits VeriSign development and uptake of multilingual characters, IDNs, within the ICANN process. So we're to helping promote the multilingualism and the uptake of IDNs on the internet. I do want to just... Is that better? Okay. So sorry about that. Hope you got some of that. I won't repeat myself, but I think it's important to underscore what's been said by a few others in that the registration and the resolution of IDNs works, right? It's functionally operational. The challenge right now in so at the DNS level, IDNs are functional. The challenge is at the level of the further up the stack, if you will, where the application layer, we have a real challenge where the applications such as email services or browsers or other services that rely on the DNS is where the conflict exists. And I think that's where we have quite a bit more work to do in terms of the universal acceptance aspect. And a member of my team has been a member of the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. We continue to see value in that initiative. So more work to be done. There's more policy work and implementation work going on in ICANN right now around the topic of IDN variants, for example. But functionally, they work at the DNS level. It's a question of making sure that they're operational at the application layer. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, I see hands up. Thank you. So we're going to have a good discussion. I wanted to go to a chat question that I think we had in Zoom first. Then I'll open it up.
Okay, we have a question for Manal that came in online. And the question is, would you be able to elaborate more about the challenges that are specific for right-to-left languages like Arabic and Farsi?
So thank you, Batul, for the question. And as Teresa mentioned, and also others, there are even more challenges with the right-to-left scripts than the usual left-to-right scripts. I'm not a technical expert, but I have one of my colleagues in the room. So if you don't mind, we can pass this question to Abdul Monem. He's currently in person in the room and maybe in a better position to answer this technical question.
Yep, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Manal. This is Abdelmanem Galila for the record. I am working for the telecom regulator of Egypt to maintain and operate the IDN CCTLD of Egypt, which is IDN 1, which is an Arabic one. Actually, there are a lot of issues related to the Arabic language, especially the first one is related to the context. When you write a domain name inside your browser, there is a protocol, which is English, HTTP or HTTPS, then / dot semicolon the Arabic name. If you copy that and add it inside the word, it will be reflected. So how could you read it? You could read it from the left side or the right side. And this is one of the issues. This is the display. This is one of the display issues. Yeah, assume that you have an email address that have a domain name in Arabic and the mailbox name itself in English. How could the application, how could you as a human read this email address from right or from left? If you read it from right, you will see that the domain name at this moment is the actual mailbox name. and the left side is the domain name. If you read it from left to right, you will have it the first part to be the mailbox, and the second part is the domain name. This is one of the issues. The time you are trying to write the dot inside your keyboard, which you have the context of the keyboard in right to left, it will differ from the other one when you press the dot, which is left to right context at your keyboard. This is not limited for the issues for Arabic script. This another one which affects the security is related to the homograph attacks. There are some letters inside Arabic script that could be that several different code points for the same shape of the letter. So if me, for example, use one of the domain names that have one of the letters which with one of this Unicode letter and ignore the others, could be some kind of homograph attack. Maybe someone will go and register the other domain name, maybe in Urdu language. So it is one of the security issues that's related to some of the issues or some of the issues or related to right to left script. This is another one I would like to highlight here, that universal acceptance is not limited for domain names and email addresses that are inside the mailbox, that are inside the mail application or inside the browser. There are a large segment of the population who couldn't even write their own local language. For example, assume that for Arabic language, I couldn't write Arabic language, and I don't know English as well. How could I go online? There is another opportunity to handle this. There are a plenty of application, iOS application and Android application that they could use open the mic, and I say that I wanna go google.com, I wanna go something in Arabic, something in Arabic. But the issues will be here that there are different accents for different people. So universal acceptance play a critical role here in order to make such application UA ready as well, in order to handle the largest segment of people who couldn't write their own local language or even English. Thank you.
Comment over here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sabina. I'm from Mexico, and I'm from the Dynamic Coalition of Accessibility and Disability. I think that one of the big challenges of the multilingual internet is how to include people with disabilities. I think about the sign language, that it's recognized as a language for the deaf community, but I don't see that it's even mentioned in any of these forums. So I think we should be thinking how to include people with all kinds of disabilities in these discussions, and how to include other languages like the sign languages in the discussion. Thank you.
I see. Yes, so while we're passing, I'm also going to invite questions for our speaker. First, I think we're good for our next commenter. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Sadhvi from the International Telecommunication Union, or the ITU. Thank you for this very important discussion. Multilingualization of IDNs is something that the ITU has been looking at for several years as well, as a fundamental driver of universal connectivity, as we've heard, but also for building digital skills and literacy around the world. We received a mandate from our 193 member states, now 194, through our plenipotentiary conference several years ago, and that continues to be renewed at the last one in 2022, to focus on this topic, particularly looking at it from the lens of technical solutions, but also capacity development. It's something that we also look at under the WSIS framework, under Action Line C8, I believe, on cultural and linguistic diversity and local content, and through that work closely with other UN system entities as well, including UNESCO, but also outside the system with ICANN, and I thank Teresa for her great remarks earlier today. I wanted to highlight that we have what we call a Council Working Group on International Internet-related Public Policy Issues. It's a bit of a mouthful, but CWG Internet for short. And actually, Mr. Nigel Hickson, who who spoke to us earlier today, is a vice chair of that group as well. We've released or opened up a public consultation in October, which is going to be running until the 11th of January on the topic of the role of public policy on the multilingualization of the internet. I warmly welcome all of you to take a look at our website and encourage organizations and stakeholders that you know who might be interested to contribute to that conversation and also present their contributions to the member states of the CWG Internet at our meeting. It's a hybrid meeting in February. Thank you.
Ram, can you raise your hand? So Andrew. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Ram Mohan. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Identity Digital, and I worked in this area for a little while. So I wanted to focus my energy on governments and some of the things that that governments ought to be thinking about. Governments want to provide services to their populations. That's fundamentally one of the things they want to do, and they want to and they're moving to provide these services, online to make a lot of their services accessible online. Now, connectivity, and even meaningful connectivity, requires language to become a core component of design and planning. Often when governments plan services and plan rollout of services, you find that the language component is sometimes in the design phase, but often you'll find that it's only when it comes to the rollout that they recognize that language is now what excludes their populations from having agency online. Right. So I think that the important thing here, in addition to universal acceptance and having internationalized domain names, we need to understand that accessibility in your own language to services and the ability to navigate the internet in your own language is really a crucial table stakes kind of a basic requirement. The internet has become a significant utility in the world. When you have people in the global south, but anywhere in the world, when people have money, in addition to food and other essentials, they absolutely subscribe to having internet access. Right? But what use internet access if you cannot have that access convert to meaningfulness in your own language, right? So the language accessibility is really where I think we need to have the next stage of development. The problems that the panel and all of you have been talking about on universal acceptance and internationalized domain names, they are no longer technical problems. The technical problems are long solved. They're long done. The real problems have to do with policymakers, not just having the will or the intent, but actually getting a toolkit that allows them to say, I do have an intent to deploy language and deploy language services, but how do I go about doing that, right? So I think the creation of toolkits, the creation of methods that allow for the tool providers and the service providers, as well as governments who want to make those services accessible, we need something that pulls all of these folks together. Right? Because you have silos, you have, the Unicode Consortium knows how to take any language or any script and make it accessible online. But how does somebody in the United States, how does a Cherokee know how to take the Cherokee language and get that converted to Unicode, right? And that you need to have that communication in Cherokee to that local population, right? And that's the kind of thing that governments ought to be starting to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. So as the conversation goes on, we're getting more and more interesting aspects of this complicated situation. Jen, I see your hand up. I'll go to you in a second. I wanted to ask Pradeep and Manal or Nigel if you'd like to comment too about content generation for domain or for websites using the IDNs that you've spoken about. So it sounds like provision of government services is a common theme, but in addition, are there other types of content available on the existing IDNs that you've spoken about?
Thank you, Owen. Just I like to highlight that in India we have 22 official language, but there is many other dialects, and even many accents spoken throughout the India, maybe in the numbers of 500. So, but for if you ask about the content generation, most of the information today in the social media and other absorbed by their content in their native language. So government for their government services and websites already the content in their local language has been already being generated, and we have already developed some tools even in the Digital India Bhasani program, where we are providing support in the AI based model, so that even local people can generate their content. Even they use the OpenAI, and there is many tools developed within this program, so that it can even convert text to speech, speech to text, and other method. They are more comfortable. Yeah.
Thank you. Manal or Nigel, did you have anything? It's optional.
Yes, if I may, just very briefly to emphasise, I think the importance of what Ram was saying about that this has moved on from just being a sort of technical issue to a social policy issue. And as I put in the chat, I think we just need to do more as governments to ensure that citizens in our countries that are challenged with the native language can access public services on an equitable basis to those that use the native language. I mean, we have to ensure equality. What comes back to me, having been around this game for too long to an extent, was when we first had online services at all, was the requirements that we put in place, which are still there, although they are being eroded to an extent, where people accessing or wanting public services it shouldn't be assumed that everyone has a smartphone. It shouldn't be assumed that everyone has a form of internet access. We have to ensure that our marginalized communities can still have the benefit of being able to apply for grants or benefits or whatever the application is on an equitable basis. So I think we need to do more to ensure that people can know that they can use their own scripts and their own dialects.
Thank you. Let's go to Manal, and then I see another hand up online.
Thank you, Owen. And just to agree with what has been said so far, and also to echo what has been indicated from the floor, that also accessibility issues need to be taken into consideration. Definitely, if we're saying no one should be left behind, then we really should mean no one should be left behind. I fully agree that governments can do more. I have already went through a long list of strategic objectives, but in addition to that, governments could also work with other stakeholders on conducting awareness activities, organizing workshops, hackathons, trainings, train the trainer activities, setting proof of concept pilots, assist in stock-taking efforts, provide incentives to vendors, and favor systems, applications, and platforms that are UA ready in tenders or purchase orders. Add a requirement for UA readiness where applicable in relevant licenses or contracts, and add a requirement for creating local presence or web pages or platforms or portals in local languages under the relevant ID and CCTLD for national projects, initiatives, and events. And of course, lead by example in that respect. And I would even add promoting the topic in relevant curricula and graduation projects. I leave it at this. Thank you. And one last thing is that it is indeed a win-win for all stakeholders. So for governments, we have already went through the strategic objectives. For business, it's a market edge and market growth and addresses customer satisfaction. For the end user, it's definitely enhanced user experience and a seamless end-to-end multilingual experience. And globally, as was also mentioned through the ITU, it caters for the needs of the next billion. Bridging the digital divide allows us to be more inclusive, addresses an aspect of human rights, and contributes to achieving the global agendas we've already mentioned earlier. I'd leave it at this. Thank you, Owen. Back to you.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Anil Kumar Jain, if I'm saying your name correctly from the Zoom. Then I actually would like to go back to Jen, like I said, and then on to Sarmad. Thanks. I'm not hearing anything, though. Yeah. And the Zoom disappeared from the screen. Okay.
Thank you. Anil Kumar Jain for the record. I am chair of USG in ICANN. I am patiently listening to the panelists and the contributors after the panel discussion. Thank you very much. I think it is a wonderful discussion, and now the awareness about universal acceptance is catching up, and not within ICANN, but in United Nations, ITU, and other organizations. Now the discussion which was being discussed is that the role of the government in implementing the universal acceptance. First of all, I would like to thank Teresa and Ram affirming that the technical issues in implementing UA is already completed. So now the universal acceptance as a problem is implementable, it is available, it is workable. Now, in addition to the government, what USG has recognized that there are roles of other. Second one in next to government is the big techs. Big techs like social media platforms, Google, Meta, and big techs like Apple, who are able to reach to majority of the population. So if they are able to do that, I think acceptance of universal acceptance become a reality. And I'm happy that Google, Meta, they have implementation of universal acceptance in their strategic plan. The third is the universities. They are the young population. They are training the young population. In USG, we have defined a UA academic curricula, which is of two grade. One is the basic one, and second is the advanced one. Universities can start introduction of UA in their existing IT program, and then subsequently develop this as a module and maybe as a course in future. This will help the future generation to adopt the UA and understand the importance of UA. The fourth aspect, which is the DNS participant. Who are the DNS participant? As has been explained by Manal, that 85% of the CCTLDs and 41% of GTLDs are UA ready. It means that the registries have adopted UA and made the system available. But what about the registrars and the sub-registrars? What about the ISPs who are providing the connectivities? I think they also are required to be UA ready, and they have to make their system UA ready. So it is important that all the players are required to be there. And I understand that this awareness about UA is well coordinated and conducted by the UA Day program, which we are running for the last 2 years. But at the same time, what Nigel has said is the lack of confidence. I think it is important. And thank you, Nigel, for bringing out this issue, that we have to remove the fear that in case we are using a local language domain, either in browser or in email, we are able to reach to the right side. And that is important. So good that a lot of information has come to us. And I can assure the audience that USG will take all appropriate steps to ensure that UA should be able to reach to maximum population, and next 1 billion internet users should come from non-English speaking population. Thank you.
From the room, thanks.
Thanks, Owen. This is Jen Chung from .Asia organization. I look around the room, both in person and online. I see many faces that have been engaged deeply in this universal acceptance and internationalized domain names issues for many, many years. I think Ram has spoken earlier. He really undersold himself. He says he's been in this for a little bit. No, he's been in this for almost since the very, very beginning. For .Asia, of course, we absolutely support all the efforts to achieve universal acceptance, achieve EAI, achieve more uptake of internationalized domain names. I think really when you're talking about the technical part of it, Ram has also stressed earlier, it has been solved, but the real problem right now is getting these toolkits, getting these tools that the UASG, which Anil has very, very kindly, very in-depth told us what they were trying to do and what materials they're providing for everyone to use, to the people who can use them, to the different companies, service providers, ISPs. As a registry operator, we also have to do more as well. I know that Keith has mentioned the many, many things that VeriSign has done and also supported throughout the years. I think Edmund and Pat were on the same IDN group almost 25 years ago now. Maybe I'm aging them. I'm not really sure. But really, when you're talking to people who don't really understand what universal acceptance or IDN is, you have to couch it in words that they already do understand. It is under the umbrella of digital inclusion. And I think if you say the words digital inclusion, everybody understands. Big corporations, governments, they all have different budgets, different teams looking at digital inclusion. And a multilingual internet is an essential foundation for digital inclusion. The next billion coming online do not have English as their native language, may not even have it as their second, third, or even fourth language. So really that's the foundation of that. And without universal acceptance, I mean, I guess people who don't speak English as a first language will forever remain second-class citizens. It's not as bleak as I'm, just mentioned here. There is so much work that has been done already, and so much work that I did come in a little late to this session, but it is really encouraging to see the governments of the US, UK, Egypt, and India already showing all the good work and the case studies, both of successes and things that we can learn from, that we can build upon. And I think the key message here also is it requires so many different stakeholders, cross-sectoral, and especially with government as a key driver. I'm going to stress for my last point is, I think Manal put it really brilliantly, requiring that as part of the government procurement services, the tendering, leading by example. That is the biggest thing that the governments can do to lead this. And then, of course, private sector, industry will absolutely be like right on the heels, providing that that service and providing all those benefits that we can all see. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Thank you, Jen. Great comments. So on the screen, I'm only seeing Anil's hand up, but I assume Sarmad's hand is still up. We have about 8 or 9 minutes left. Let's go to Sarmad. Still there? All right. If you would still like to speak, Sarmad, please go ahead and unmute.
Sarmad, I'm sorry, Owen. Sarmad is saying in the chat that he's unable to unmute.
All right. Well, let's go to any other questions or comments for now. All right. Looking around the room. Ram, go ahead. I'll bring you this mic. It's working well.
Thank you, Owen. I hope you can hear me with this microphone. Okay, great. This is Ram again. I wanted to just briefly amplify and echo what Jen was just saying a few minutes ago. The future forward for the future opportunity, for a multilingual internet is to start speaking about this, to have governments, to have industry, to have civil society, academia start speaking about this problem no longer as a problem, but as an opportunity for greater digital inclusion. Language is at the base of digital inclusion. And you have to have language as a core component of digital inclusion. And we ought to start thinking about universal acceptance, internationalized domain names, these terms that in many ways actually do not translate well into many other languages. Try saying universal acceptance in Arabic. Try saying universal acceptance in Chinese. It doesn't translate well, right? So I think we really also ought to start thinking about transforming the semantics of what we're talking about and starting to change this into a semantics based on digital inclusion that has language as a core component. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Sarmad, if you're able to unmute at this point, please go ahead. Otherwise, do we have any other hands up in Zoom or comments from the room?
Hello, this is Sarmad. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I actually wanted to follow up. Anil actually raised good points. One of the key, challenges which need to be addressed is also capacity development. Internationalization for, in software development, which is sort of a key component on which internationalized domain names and internationalized email addresses are based, is still not something which is taught in universities. And so students or professionals which are coming out of the universities, for example, this is still not a very comfortable skill. So as Anila also shared, one of the things we are working on is actually developing or integrating curriculum which integrates internationalization, internationalized domain names, and internationalized email concepts into the curriculum, so that once when the professionals, young professionals which come out, they are aware of not only these concepts, but they are also equipped with the skills to make sure that these are implemented in the technology. Thank you.
Thank you. So I haven't seen anybody else raise their hand on Zoom or in the room. If anyone has a final 1-minute comment, now's your chance. Otherwise, I'm going to conclude for us by first of all thanking our presenters of case studies again, which provided the foundation, I think, for very interesting discussion. I think it's clear that everyone here recognizes the importance of making the internet more multilingual and the value that will bring and the relevance of this issue to digital inclusion among other important priorities. It's also clear, I think, that there is not a silver bullet single solution, and therefore I'm glad to see the active participation from this group, because it's obvious that a lot of stakeholders will need to continue to work together to help advance us toward the end goals here. So thank you everybody for coming. I'm hoping that this leads to further discussions. We'll see you next time. Wait. What? Huh? Oh, sure. Pradeep, Nigel, Manal, before closing, did you want to say anything in conclusion as well?
Thank you, Owen. Just to thank the host, and as mentioned earlier, we need to work collaboratively to achieve this, as we owe it to everyone who needs it. Thank you.
Just to echo that, and to thank you, Owen, and for organising this, but also for the great discussion we've had on the chat, and what people in the room have brought to this. I think I've made several notes, and I think we've all got work to do. Thank you.
That's the real end. Thank you, everyone.
Check, 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 check. Good? Yeah.
How to install? How to? No problem.
Is good? Okay. To here, okay. And where to? Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Hello, testing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, hello. لا 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 مش سامع شيء.
Mr. Shivnath,
Hello.
Ahmed Vinder, nice to meet you. So our moderator is stuck somewhere. I'm from the show. Yeah, I'll start and then I think I'll leave the introductions to you you guys. So yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for coming. And Mr. Mohammed, again, nice to see you. Mr. Aitam. Okay, I'll start with okay.
هنا من هنا يطلع الصوت. أنا بس أسمع.
Test.
Sure, but I need to first start. Yeah. Can you hear me well? I just wanted to check the system. Can you hear me through your headphones well? Perfect. Sorry, we'll start in a minute. We're just sorting out some technicalities. It's channel 3. It's channel 3 to hear the audio to hear the audio for the speakers.
Hello.
All right, so the tech is all sorted, hopefully. My name is Ahmed Bhinder. I am Policy Innovation Director at the Digital Cooperation Organization. And we are gathered here to discuss the very critical topic of protecting children online or in the digital spaces. I see some problems with people not being able to hear me. It's on my audio is on channel 3. May I confirm if people can hear me? Okay, excellent. So I will. So we are here to discuss a very critical topic that is very relevant to the digital economy and the evolving digital landscape. And for us, we have today we have a very senior, diverse, and expert panel of speakers. Unfortunately, our moderator is on his way. He's stuck somewhere, but I will try to fill in for him. His name is Philip Nahas, and he's a partner at a technology policy firm. So we have with us today Mr. Haitham Al-Johari. He is a partner of cybersecurity at PwC. May I ask Mr. Johari to introduce himself, and then we move on with the other panelists?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Haitham Al-Johari. I'm a partner in PwC Middle East based out of Dubai. I do cybersecurity for a living. I've been with the firm for 20 years. I help government entities. My focus on government entities, critical national infrastructure, working on their cyber agenda, and we're glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johari. Now we have, next we have with us Mr. Muhammad Isap, and he's a founder and CEO of IN4 Group that is headquartered in the media city in Salford. So Muhammad, if you could please introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Sorry. That's better. Good afternoon. I'm Mo Isap. I'm the CEO for IN4 Group. We're one of the leading advanced tech training providers in the UK, working extensively across data, cyber, cloud, and software. As part of our business group, we also deliver the government's Cyber First program, developed by GCHQ into schools and colleges. And I am also a founder of Star Academies, where we have 35 schools and 25,000 young people in education across the United Kingdom as well.
Thank you, Muhammad. Next we have with us is Mr. Shivanath Thukral, and he's Director and Head of Public Policy of Meta in India. Mr. Shivanath, could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Shivnath. I lead public India. Hear me? Hi. Yeah, better. Yeah, my name is Shivnath. I head public policy in India. I've been in Meta for 7 years in India. Before that, and my responsibility include interaction with all government regulatory agencies and making sure that continues to take the right measures in a country like India, which happens to be one of the largest user base for Meta across the world, across Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp.
Thank you, Mr. Shivanath. And we have an online speaker with us all the way from the US. Her name is Afroz Johnson, and working in the UNICEF. So Afroz, can you hear us, and could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Good morning from a very cold New York City. I'm sorry I'm not there, but glad to be joining online. So I'm Afroz Kaviani Johnson. I work at UNICEF, which I'm sure most of you are aware is the United Nations Specialized Agency for Children. I'm our global lead in our work to prevent and respond to online child abuse and exploitation. UNICEF works in over 190 countries and territories, and I support our teams around the world on tackling this issue. So this includes research, work on legislative and policy reform, training for frontline law enforcement, and social services, educative efforts with children and their families, and various collaborations and engagement with industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Afroz, so much. Okay, so let me start by saying a few words. I would not take much of your time, and then we would really go ahead and listen from all the experts panelists from here. So as I said, my name is Ahmed Binder. I am Policy Innovation Director at the Digital Cooperation Organization. You can see on your screens we are an intergovernmental organization that covers the digital economy, and we instill cooperation amongst our 16 member states that span from the Middle East, Africa, subcontinent, to Europe, and we have we do a lot of initiatives around, for example, around the sustainable growth of digital economy, governance in the digital space, AI, digital rights, etc. We have a growing list of observers and the observers are from the academia, from civil society, from private companies as well. So as you could see on the screen, we are 40 plus, and we are rapidly growing. We play 4 roles for, as I said, we are an intergovernmental organization. So we are represented by the ministers of digital economy and ICT of our member states, and we play 4 roles for our member states. We advise them on the best practice policies. We facilitate the cooperation on digital economy. We advocate for the best practice policies, and we provide information. So we have published a few indices to measure the digital economy. But the details could be found on the website. So today I'm here to talk about the safe space for children. Children are digital natives, and actually I was having a chat with my kids who are 13 and 10 last night, and I was talking to them. I was telling that I'm going to speak at a session for online safety for children. So could you come up could you tell me what are the issues that you face online? And they said, what do you mean? What do you mean online, or what do you mean issues that we face? And it took me a while to bring it to them, or to discuss with them that there is world around the digital world for them. So for them, it's all about digital, and that is why when we think about them being digital natives, they live in the digital world. The first question when we are addressing the issues around the children's online protection is how do we define a child? Who qualifies to be a child? Generally, a child becomes an adult when the child turns 18, but there's no magic switch that flips and you qualify from being a child to an adult. So when we are thinking of online safety, and we are thinking of creating the safe digital experiences, we need to remember that the child's needs, they change as they grow, and as they grow does not really only include as they grow from, for example, from toddler to a preteen, etc., but as the digital experiences evolve as well. And therefore the discussion is ongoing, and the discussion has to evolve, and the measures to protect child online safety, they have to evolve, keeping this into consideration. The second thing is then how do we define a safe digital space? So the term refers to an online environment where individuals, especially children and vulnerable groups, can interact, communicate, and engage in various digital activities without having the risk, without experience the risk of harm, exploitation, or abuse. 5 years ago, approximately, there was a study that I was just looking up for, and almost a third of digital interactions, or a third of internet users, were children, and this was 5 years ago. I'm not sure. I did not come across. Maybe the panelists have a latest number, but I'm sure it's half of the population, or half of the internet users are. So, keeping this into consideration, last year we did some work on digital rights, and one of the streams of our work focused on online safe space, especially for children. We developed through consultation, and I would come back to it. How did we do it? But we developed a paper that is available on the DCO website. I welcome you all to have a look at that paper. And in that paper, we explored different dimensions of what are the threats and challenges, as you could see on your screen, that the children are subjected to, and what are the different categories, who are the stakeholders who can play a part in protecting the safe space for children, and then we furnish some policy recommendations based on that. So OECD categorizes the risks into 3 categories: the risks that are associated with technology, the ones that are associated related to the customer experiences, and the risks related to privacy and security. We all know, and I think we will get we have social media representation here. So we'll explore what is being done to counter the effects of addictive behaviors of social media, especially with the endless scrolling feature. Then we have the immersive technologies, for example, metaverse, and a lot of virtual technologies that are coming. So what could be the impact, for example, if the amount of data that is being collected or that could be collected on a child or anybody who is using those technologies, and how it could be used and how it could be protected. We will explore how that risk can be effectively addressed. And then we, cyber bullying and social media, etc., bullying, etc. They're all the risks that the children face in today's world. And hopefully, with this, with our discussion, we will address some of those, and we'll see what is being done to address them. So then, normally, and you could see on this slide, this is it could be educational institutes, or it could be any organizations that are dealing with the children's data, or with who are dealing with the children. So the data leaks, for example, from the education system is a growing concern, which can then, if it lands in the wrong hands, could be used for harmful manipulation of kids, for example, or the ineffective crisis management by the institutions or by the organization can lead to reputational damages. Lack of efficient incident management could cause disruption from the education system for the kids that is highly dependent on the online interfaces now. So the paper then comes to present some policy recommendations for 4 kind of stakeholders. So, for example, schools and educators should support the programs and helplines for children to create awareness campaigns on cyberbullying, especially. The role of parents is, is moving beyond just implementing the parental control, and it's about parents' involvement. And I'll give you a small example towards end of my my conversation here on that. But it's not just that you yell at them and say your screen time is over, and then disconnect yourself. That's not working anymore. Government, for example, so there is a concern about the targeted ads, about the endless scrolling, about the transparency of what the kids say. So governments have a lot to do there. And private sector, the most important thing is, and this is for all, is to involve children or involve the young people into whatever is being designed at them. Okay. Now, the boring stuff aside, so last night I went home. As I said, that I just got my 10 years old, and I said, look, I'm preparing something for tomorrow. So could you give me a few points that I can bring up? So she went back and she wrote this piece of paper for me. And I think this is it was not meant to be shown. She just wrote this piece of paper for me. And this was for me to copy the points here. And I just looked at it. I just pulled it out from our notebook. And I think to conclude my my intervention here, I would just read what she said. Just read in whatever grammatic mistakes or whatever you find it. So, number 1, she says games. So she categorized her online interaction after we had this conversation that, how do you look at the online space? So games, she says, problem is cyberbullying. Now a 10 years old is aware of cyberbullying before looking it up, and I had no idea about it. And she says the solution is to report the person, then talk to an adult who you feel comfortable with. So this is her recommendation, right? Then she writes apps. Calling apps is a subcategory that she produced. And the problem, she says, is random people calling or texting you. She does not have a cell phone. So I was quite surprised to see this, that the ways of interaction that is subject to, of course, she has a tab, she interacts with Soul. So this is a problem that she identified, and the solution is ignore and block. So we need the kids. They are smart, but we really need to reinforce this. Then she says, watching apps. Of course, this is the content that is available online, and the problem is inappropriate content. So we try to protect them from any inappropriate content, but they are very well aware. And the solution, she says, is report the channel and dislike the video. And then she says, if you are a minor, turn kids mode on. By the way, I'm okay. So then comes the final thing is social media, and the problem, she said, is addiction. And the solution is put a screen time limit, which I normally do, and go outside regularly. So the importance of the physical activities is really important. The final one is, again, on the social media, she says hacking. Make the system stronger so the hackers cannot break into people's accounts. So I would really finish my speech with this, because last night at around 12:30, when she gave me this paper, she has school holidays, so she's allowed to keep awake until late. I said, okay, I'm done. I just put this paper, I said, I'll just read it out in front of the panel today. So with this, thank you very much. I pass it on to our able moderator, Mr. Philip Nahas now. We went through the moderation sessions, and the floor is all yours now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. And testing. Okay, now. All right. Ahmed, and special thanks to Little Miss Binder for insights straight. Good. Again, everyone, my apologies for joining this session late today. And I'll start by saying that I got from my child's nursery, which is that we overprotect children in the world and we often underprotect them in the virtual world. And today we're here to discuss that, to understand how can we provide the right protection for children across the virtual world. And for that, I have a very distinguished panel joining me today. I'm going to take back my seat because I feel I'm disconnecting here. Excuse me while I do this sitting down. And again, let's see. Hello, testing. Very well. Excuse me, to opening my laptop and my notes for today. Moments to introduce everyone. So maybe with starting done. Excellent. Excellent. So maybe we can take some time to go over a few questions. The last Ms. Binder gave was secure your system to that in. And I think this is, Haytham, this is your area of predilection. So my question to you is, maybe if I put it, what are the do's and don'ts for institutions when it comes to cybersecurity and environments?
Thank you. Let me start by saying,
yeah,
mine is not working. Okay. So let me start by saying it's very personal to everyone who has like children, because like it impacts every society on the planet, and when it becomes personal, we have to put the right measure. It becomes even moral obligation for all of us to stand and to protect the most vulnerable part of our society, which is children. Now, to do that, there is an obligation on multiple stakeholders, the way we look at this in PwC. So there's a role for international communities, and we have seen, for example, Saudi taking a big step last year in arranging what we call child protection conference or summit, which took place in Riyadh, where they looked into international collaboration to look into this international challenge. Now, if we go down, the role of government, I'm not going to talk about that, then also schools, parents, etc. Now, if we zoom into the private sector, where I belong, so we categorize the private sector into 3 categories, the way we look into that framework. So the first category is social media, gaming platform, and those platforms, or like mobile operator or technology manufacturers who interact directly with children. This is the first, let's say, layer of technology or private sector that interact with children. And there is a big role that these players should play in terms of many factors. Let's say different risks, cyberbullying. So how do you minimize that? By having the right functions from social media platforms, and we'll talk about that from Meta. We'll hear about that from Meta. So how do you control comments? How do you control the ability to block certain user? Not all platforms they have this. So this is a journey that all platforms should adopt that kind of behavior. It's like we take it by default by leading players like Meta or Instagram and stuff like that, but others should also follow. There's inappropriate content, for example. Inappropriate content, then here comes the role of AI, where not just AI, but even human moderation is needed to control that and to filter content for children. Similarly, when you talk about privacy is very important that we have the right privacy configuration for that these platforms adopt in order to make sure that they have this by default. It's no longer like a feature. It should come by default in these platforms. Two-factor authentication for users, for children even. It should become easier and easier. It should become, again, a default setup. That kind of obligation on those players is very important. Activating features like parental control, screen time, like what your daughter suggested. And also we recommend that parents and children, they use the same platforms, because that makes it easier for parents to control what their children watch, or limit screen time, or ability to download apps and stuff like that. Then the second category of private sector would be companies, service providers, technology vendors. These guys, they work in the back, let's say, to serve the entities that they deal with children directly. These companies, they need to invest more in R&D. They need to work with law enforcement. They need to work with regulators to help them drafting these kind of policies. This is the kind of consulting work that companies like PwC do. Vendors, they have like big obligation to invest more in ethical AI and stuff like that. And finally, we look into corporates or organizations in the private sector. They also have a role to play, adopting compliance and privacy laws, protecting young generations. And let's not, one of the challenges we talk about, it's an interesting one, is the new generation is very, let's say, they have this mentality of hacking and not adhering to like corporate kind of policies. That new generation is like this. How do you deal with that kind of behavior? How do you make sure you give them the best experience, but at the same time it's safe and it does not compromise the corporate policies as well?
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. You spoke about corporate policies, and I think that's a very important point to touch on. And maybe I'll turn it to Mo to give us his view about whether these corporate policies should be more about adults setting the path to safety for children, or are these also about empowering children themselves to self-govern their safety? What's your view on that, Mo?
Can you hear me okay? I think the technology is struggling at the moment. I can give you a perspective just from my...
No, let's swap.
Is that not working?
We can hear you. Yeah, we can work.
Yeah. Sorry. Swap the mic. So I'll give you a perspective from what we do in the UK. So we have a cyber and esports academy. 7,500 young people transition through those academies across the country. And one of the things that I will say is starting point is that we cannot just use a single definition of children and think that that is be all and end all in terms of policy thinking. You've got a spectrum of children, those from disadvantaged backgrounds to those from more affluent backgrounds. There is a very different exposure to risk in those socioeconomic contexts. There's also the way young people are, from neurodiversity to learning and learning styles and how they interact into that world. And unless we understand the nuance, no policy can ever work. And it's got to be at that sort of level of hyper-local to hyper-child in the context of how that child is engaging with the wider world, and the digital world is just part of the oxygen that they breathe. So what we've found in our cyber and esports academies is that you've got young people who are feeling empowered and belonged. And I think that one thing that heartens me, that all the surveys that I've seen and I've experienced from those young people that go through my academies, is that they do know right from wrong. In fact, to be honest with you, I think they're probably better than our generation was in terms of understanding right from wrong. It's just the world is more grey than it was black and white in our day. And let's be honest, in our ability to and you've heard already that we have limitations of our knowledge about this world. And any one of us of a certain generation that had sex education at school, I don't think anybody really learned about sex at school. They just experienced it themselves and learned for themselves. And I think this is the same issue. Young people are not listening in the classroom, they're just experiencing it for themselves. The difference is if you give them a place where they can be empowered in a safe place. And what we do with our cyber and esports academies is that we give them the belonging of the positive elements of this world and how they can be empowered, both in terms of understanding their futures, but also understanding that there's a physicality with that digital world, and making friends and connecting with peers is augmented with the digital world, not just exclusively in the digital world. And those two things are critically important. So I think, from an understanding of young people point of view and what we do to empower them to we have cyber teams in each school. And I believe that, we need to get to a point where young people will govern this space themselves if you give them the tools and the ability to do so. And like we have, in every school, in every country, young people will be selected as head boy and head girl and prefects and monitors. I think there's a space now for schools to really identify digital advocates to be able to govern across their peer group and give support to the educators, because the educators are really struggling to keep up with the nuance and the complexities, even primaries. I mean, I've got 16 primary schools in my trust, and if I speak to the educators in the primary schools, they're at a loss because the sophistication of a year 5 or year 6 child is way beyond the capacity of a key stage 2 teacher who really does not understand truly the complexity. So they might deliver a curriculum, but that is nowhere near where it needs to be. And that confidence needs to emanate from both educators and empowerment for young people. So from my point of view, what we've found successful across our cyber and esports academies, we deliver Cyber First for GCHQ, is when we create a safe space for them to be empowered, I think you get some really brilliant outcomes. But I just say that the more deprived, the more disadvantaged the young person, the more vulnerable they are. So that's the point at which we have to do more, because a parent can have all of the sort of tools if they're educated, if they're from a decent socioeconomic background. But I think one thing I would say as a parent, and my children have grown up now, but I would just say that parents need to empathize more. I don't think that there is this preaching mentality that's going to ever work. I think there's a confidence and a openness to understanding, and also for parents to want to learn rather than try and educate all the time as well.
Thank you very much, Mo. And I think you've touched on a good point. It's how do we provide a safe space for children to experiment, and how do we give them the tools to do so? across the board, I feel that the first online space that children tend to experiment with is social media today. And maybe that's the perfect segue for a question to Shivnath here. And it's, in terms of that space, in terms of, the environment, what's Meta's approach to ensure the safety and the well-being of children online, especially with respect to the products that you provide? I'm going to share my mic with you.
Thanks so much. And firstly, I wanted to thank all my panelists and you for framing this issue in a very forward-looking manner. I can assure this room that usually when I'm in panels, it starts with a very attack mode. What I'm glad to hear is that at least you all are thinking of solutions and how to make it better rather than looking at blaming anyone. And everybody talked about their parental experience. I have a 10-year-old son and a 7-year-old daughter. And trust me, I think despite me working for Meta, they know much more than I do when it comes to the world of technology. Sometimes I have to look at them to get some tricks caught. And yet, what they don't realize is there is something called the cloud. So when they're sitting back in India and working on their iPad, I can see them clicking pictures on the iPad on the photo booth and uploading, thinking that I'll not get to see. It's just that the iCloud account is linked to my phone and I see these photo booth pictures appearing on my phone. Having said that, that brings me to the moot point. What as companies are we doing, or what is our approach? I can confidently state that as a company which is one of the leading companies in the world of social communication, the approach we have taken is very pragmatic, forward-looking, and builds solutions, some of which we've heard already and some of which are already existing through the product. You cannot bring in a sheet of paper and tell people to say these are the features that can happen. These features are already there, whether it's about non-stop addiction, nudging on alternate content, sleep time, parental controls. Which brings me to a more fundamental issue. You can do parental controls. The question we have to ask is, do our children want us to be allowed to implement those parental controls? Will they like it if you tell them, give me the phone, let me put it on, and now I have some control? They don't even want to share their account. That's the reality. You can have parental controls, but kids don't like to share their account details, right? So then what do you do? So I think the more fundamental approach is think it through the design level. So someone rightly said, we've launched something called teen accounts, where the default feature of a teenager will be on a parental control side. It is not like they have to give it. So the default feature, if you are below 16, will be on a parental control. So I think as a tech company, if I don't use the tech to install these solutions, we have a problem, and that's why I think we have taken the right measures. But I want to share one thing with this room. This will never be 100% job done. It cannot be. Reason, just like in the real world, bad actors are everywhere. In the virtual world, bad actors are everywhere. But we need to think through what you read from your piece of paper, unwanted contact. On Instagram, for example, we do not allow anybody who you don't know to contact you, to message you or whatever. And yet, we see instances of cyberbullying or unwanted contact happening through different forums because the bad actors are on the prowl. So the question is, as parents, how vigilant are we? Like Mo said, the tools or the thinking of yesterday cannot confront with the issues of today. So are we upping our game as parents? I find it as a challenge, despite being in a tech company. Sometimes we are not able to gauge what the bad actors are going to do. Hacking impersonation, it is not just a child or a youth issue. How many people in this room have not been hacked? We are all adults. Please tell me the truth that you've never been hacked. Do you have your two-factor verification on your Instagram or WhatsApp? I'm sure many of you don't. Why? This is despite us being adults. We don't try to go and do it. So you imagine your child should be doing that. So the awareness and the knowledge level, how we are doing. One, fundamental approach from the safety of the youth, which we very strongly believe in, is the framework of preventing, controlling, and responding. We take several measures, including deploying a lot of AI tools, looking at keywords to make sure anything bad before it happens, we can prevent it. Once a bad incident has already happened, it's too late. We have lost that game then. So prevention is the most critical thing of taking down accounts which are usually on the prowl, etc. Then is giving user controls, which is related to all the features, etc. that we have. The third one is as critical, which is responding. How fast are we able to give you ability to report to us, and how fast are we responding to it? Are we working with enough civil society organizations? Like we have a program ongoing with NECMEC where we share CSAM data to make sure that law enforcement agencies across the world are able to work with each other. So I think the prevent, control, and respond mechanism is super critical. And the last piece I will say is on more egregious issues like CSAM, etc., we take it very seriously. We are invested heavily on that. And I think we work across multiple agencies across the world. Inside our company, we have many former law enforcement officials who work with us, officers who work with us, and we deploy a range of technology to make sure that we are able to prevent bad actors from being on the platform. It is not in our interest. I mean, I cannot ask you to be user of my platform if I can't keep our children safe. As a parent, it is my responsibility. And in India, trust me, I show up in front of every regulator to be asked very, very tough questions. But I can also say very proudly that we play on the front foot by stating what we do, running public affair campaigns for awareness, etc. But at the end of the day, my product has to do the talking, and that's what we are focused on.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think you've made a very good point on, the engagement with the regulators, and you're constantly on that. Would you care to elaborate a bit more about?
We have Afroz online from UNICEF.
We do, I
yes,
suppose.
We do. So should we invite her?
Yeah, I think she would be absolutely next. At this point, I think if we're talking about policy stakeholders, I think it's a good idea to talk to Afroz, and I think to hear from you as well, Ahmed, from the the NGO's perspective, from the policymakers' perspective. And to begin with, if Afroz is with us, and she can hear us, right? Okay, very good. So maybe Afroz, the question to you here, which is, what are the most critical interventions that governments in various countries can make to protect the children online? And this is from your experience as UNICEF. What can you tell us?
Yeah, thank you so much. And sorry I didn't meet you at the outset, Philippe, but it's great to be part of this conversation. So I think I would just highlight 4 key challenges, and then the responses that we're advocating for and supporting government with around the world. So a lot of them have already been touched on, so forgive me for repetition. But the first, I think, when we look at this issue, is the design and the operation of digital services and platforms. We've heard, how there are bad actors on these platforms, but also, there are design features that make more risks for children and not just children, as we've heard, So we see that there are, user engagement prioritized over child safeguarding, for example. The ways in which platforms are designed, facilitate kind of this rapid and wide-ranging spread of hateful and abusive content, as another example. So the ask there for government and for regulators is, requiring the tech sector to undertake assessments, and I think this came out in the DCO report as well. And what UNICEF advocates for is for child rights due diligence, and particularly child rights impact assessments, so that companies can, rather than being reactive and trying to retrofit after the fact, can be more proactive and embed this concept of child rights by design, which is inclusive of safety by design and privacy by design. So all of these are, prioritized in the development of digital products and services. So this is the first ask for governments and policymakers, is really prioritizing children's rights in, the design and governance of technology products, and this could be through regulation or other means. The second main challenge is, of course, that we know that laws have not kept pace with the rapid development of digital technologies. And then when we're talking about criminal activity, there are also challenges in investigating and prosecuting cross-border cases. So the ask then again for government, and what we've done, around the world, is really support a government to update laws and policies so that online violence is adequately criminalized, and that they're also future-proofed against rapidly evolving technologies. The third challenge that we see around the world is that social services and law enforcement often lack the resources and the expertise to address these new challenges through digital technologies. So this makes it hard to support, at-risk children, and also it makes it hard to identify perpetrators. And I really appreciated the intervention earlier, just talking about particular groups of children that are at risk, and the solutions for supporting them, need to happen kind of in real life, if I can put it like that. So we need strong social services in order to identify and support children. In many countries, mental health services are often insufficient. So this can leave children without support, which again, it makes them vulnerable, but it also means that they don't get adequate support after, if and when something, happens online. So I think the ask there for government is really equipping law enforcement, educators, social services, and others to really identify, respond to, and prevent forms of online harm. And then finally, I would say there are challenges with respect to some harmful kind of social norms and limited public discussion that we have in many communities around the world. There are taboos around talking about certain topics like sexual abuse, and these things can make it difficult for victims, to speak out. And we know that, there are forms of sexual abuse that are facilitated by technologies. And when we have these, limited public discussion and we have these harmful norms, it can really constrain kind of the efforts to prevent and respond. So as well as, the efforts that we've spoken about for governments, supporting children's digital literacy and online safety, we also need those broader educative initiatives that are designed to foster healthy relationships in early adolescence, those that are designed to challenge kind of harmful gender norms, to motivate help seeking, and really support children, if their peers disclose to them, how can they react to that? And of course, all these other educational initiatives with parents and caregivers and educators. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Afroz. I think it's very interesting that you spoke about your collaboration with the various governments, and maybe we can hear it from another perspective. The DCO is all about collaboration between various governments, specifically the digital arms of these governments. Maybe you can tell us, in your experience, Ahmad, how does that collaboration contribute to the safety of children online?
Thank you, Philip. I think I will start with this. So there's one topic across the policy domains. We are public policy practitioners, where there is a consensus that things need to be done. So children need to be protected. So we have come to a level of consensus where a lot of other policy debates are towards taking an approach or another. There is a global consensus that something needs to be done to protect the children, and especially while they are vulnerable online. Now then the question is, how do we activate the different stakeholders? So the role of the intergovernmental organization like UNICEF is broadly policy guidance or proposing initiatives or proposing different measures. The role of the technology companies is to use technology to enhance or advance that agenda. So the companies, the organizations are actually involved in these discussions and this dialogue. So I'll give you an example. Last year, and this is where this session and this policy paper came from. We have a program called Digital Space Accelerators Program, where we pick up the pressing issues in the digital economy. And then we have global roundtables and discussions across all the regions, and we bring in experts to really talk about and discuss the issues and how to collaboratively solve those issues. So this is one role of the intergovernmental organizations, but I think there's a need for a more concerted effort on the national levels as well. So right now, of course, the policy landscape and the legal landscape and the regulatory landscape are different across different countries, and the level of maturity is quite different across different countries. So one of the recommendations that or one of the things that we picked up from last year's collaborative discussion was that on a national level, considering or identifying the different stakeholders that could include educators. Of course, there are common stakeholders like government policymakers and like technology companies that are beyond borders. But to get them together, come up with children online protection strategy. So that would include what are the rules that need to be made, what are the rules that need to be tweaked, what are the initiatives. So it has to be a concerted effort on national levels, while learning from the best practices. Of course, we have a whole bunch of them, and then having a national championship across those nations, and then those that could then be expanded on a regional or a international level.
Thank you very, very much. I think we're all out of questions for today. I'll open it up to the audience. If there are a few questions that you have for any of our panelists today, please raise your hand and we'll give you the microphone. We've got time literally for a couple of questions, so I think I'll start with the lady and then pass it on to you.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Jutta Kroll from the German Digital Opportunities Foundation. I'm a children's rights advocate. And first, let me congratulate that you have today a panel with only male speakers, because several years ago we would have been talking about safety for children only among women. So it's kind of an achievement that no woman is on your stage. I would like to refer you to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, because you have somehow picked upon that issue. I saw the esports, Mo speaking about the esports, and that is related to the children's rights to leisure time, to play, in Article 31. But also I thought that some of the measures you've been talking about would touch upon children's privacy. And that is Article 16 of the UN Convention. So when we put up parental controls, when you have a look at the photos your children upload to the cloud without them knowing, that would touch upon their privacy. So we need to take care that we balance privacy of children as well as their right to be protected. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm actually currently a high school student in Massachusetts. So as a literal child perspective, I want to elaborate a little bit on what you said about how children indeed know the difference between right and wrong. I completely agree with that after being exposed to all kinds of education about digital safety and stuff. But one thing I observed in my school is that despite the fact that we all have been educated about digital safety, we still become vulnerable to it, and some people even go on to become the attacker. So I think the reason for that is that children are evolving and technologies are evolving, but the education on digital safety has to keep pace with those evolution. So I think it's also time for us to like revolutionize our education for our children.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing. Maybe I'll conclude in a minute just to say that we've seen in short that the digital world is actually an image of the real world, whereby we determine there are bad actors in both, and we need protection in both. Certainly, the policies out there were not up to speed. We have been playing catch up for the past few years, and we are still catching up with a very fast paced evolution of the digital realm. One thing that I think becomes apparent from our panelists here is the importance of looking at it holistically, from international organizations to governments to parents to law enforcement, as well as policymakers, all the way to empowering children themselves. And I think, as you well said, the difference between right and wrong is something that should be infused at a very early age, and it should be holistically part of what we do as we conceive new policies to go ahead. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. I appreciate your time and hope to see you again soon. Thank you very much. Very, very sorry about that delay.
Thank you for hopefully it was good.
Yeah, yeah.
They only wear this, then only they can hear.
How about me?
You will hear.
So
You're on channel 3.
Channel
You're
3.
on, yeah.
Hello, 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 hello.
Yes, dear.
Yeah. Hello, hello. Yes, yeah, I could hear even yours. Hello. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Can you please put your earpieces, please? Good afternoon. We will start momentarily. We are just waiting for the panelists to come to the podium. Good afternoon. My name is Adil Suleiman. With the African Union Commission. It gives me great pleasure and privilege to be here with you. The African IGF 2024, with the main theme of leveraging digital for peace, development, and stability. So we are very happy and pleased to be with you here. This is it's our annual gathering as Africans. It's like a family gathering. It's a family gathering, and we are really feel like this is a talk between brothers and sisters. And I think the objective of this open forum, the annual open forum, is to share what the African institutions are doing in terms of new initiatives, and to share some good news with you on the new initiative and project that are in Africa. And also there will be some representative from African institution in this gathering that we're also going to be sharing with us what they are doing, and we also want to have a dialogue. I think that also we want to listen from you, your challenges and what you are doing in terms of some progress on your side, either on individual basis or on institutional basis. So basically, I think we stand here with mixed emotions. We have good news. I start with the good news. One of our colleagues who was predominant in this discussion, Dr. Nyambura, I'm glad to announce that now she's the minister in Kenya. So I think we are very proud and happy to have one of their family members to take this high position in their country. I think you have to look yourself as future also leaders in Africa, because it's not far from you, so you can achieve everything that you want. The sad news that of course we lost Makan Faye. Makan has been instrumental with the African IGF as well as with the global IGF. If you can stand up, we just observe a minute of silence. Thank you very much. So let me just walk through the program for today. We will have feedback on the African IGF, so it's going to be presented by our colleague Sorin. And we have two other tracks during the African IGF. We have the youth track and the parliamentarian track. So also we are going to get some reporting on those. After that, we will hear from the MAC chair, and then a couple of African institutions, the African Union Commission and the UN Economic Commission for Africa. They're going also to share with us their new initiative in 25 and moving forward. Without further ado, let me give the floor to Sorin to give a high-level report on the African IGF. Sorin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Adil, and good afternoon, everyone. I just want to give a brief background, and we have all the focal points for different aspects of the African IGF, and they will provide a detailed background information. So for the African IGF that had just concluded from the 20 to the 22nd of November in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, we had over 430 delegates. All those delegates got the badges, and we had over 43 member states was represented, and more or less we had stakeholders, a diverse one, UN representative, academia, CESOs, parliamentarians, youth, and partner agencies, including research institutes, member states, representing, and also private sector were present. Just to give you the demographic and gender balance, we had from the delegate that are present, we had 154 female and 276 male delegates were present during the forum. We started the African IGF first from the African School of Internet Governance, which was led by the APC. The focal point was Unrate in Peace. They had 1 week long. The delegate that they covered in the AfriSIG close to 55 participants, including the resource personnel, and also including parliamentarians for intergenerational dialogue. So we had, unlike any other days during the African IGF, this year we started quite late. So with the support of the MAG and the MAG chair, who will provide a detailed information on our process. We started quite late, but with the support of the host country, which is the Ethiopian government, we try to buy in some of the time. As I said, we started with AfriSIG, and that was from the 14th to the 19th of November. The topic that was covered, or the practicum, was around data governance and cross-data flow, which is on the implementation of the African Union data policy framework. And also we had a parliamentarian session, which was facilitated by Celine, she is the focal point from IGF Secretariat. They had 1 full day parliamentarian track, which had like 3-4 subtopic, and also they had parliamentarian session, included intergenerational dialogue with the youth. And on day 0 also we had a youth track or youth forum, which was a full day. The young lady Aminata and Mariam Jope and Lillian were the focal point. They will be talking about what thematic area was, what was the message, and the call for action. We had also partners session. JFC is, I think, present. Martin Koyabe is there. They organize more or less 3 sessions. They hold their regional forum, JFC forum. On day 0, they had also a session on coordination committee across the partners, and also implementation of the Togo cybersecurity session. Martin will be a good person to provide more detail. On the main session of the African IGF, as I said, it was 3 days, including day 0. We had across 9 sub-thematic area, that is artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, cybersecurity and cybercrime, local content and multilingualism was there, technical and infrastructure, and many other sessions, including also technical infrastructure, which was led by ICANN and ISOC sessions. I think we had also plenary sessions where we tried to gather all the parallel workshop, which were complete, like 44 workshops that we hold. Plenary sessions, 1 high-level session on the multi-stakeholder building our multi-stakeholder digital future for Africa. That is the main thematic area for the African IGF this year. And we had a main session. 1 is on misinformation, disinformation, and internet shutdown. The second one is around cybercrime and cybersecurity. The third one was advancing cybersecurity and digital economy. The last one was around e-government. These were the plenary section. And during the high-level session, we tried to revisit the Global Digital Compact and the WISES annual review in the upcoming WISES Plus 20 review process that we'll be holding. At the end, we concluded our session on open mic, which we heard from the community what went right, what went wrong, and how we can improve the African IGF process and to make it an inclusive and more representative of the stakeholders. And we had also closing ceremony, which we announced the next year host for the African IGF. This time will be Tanzania has accepted. And considering that the global IGF will be in June, the host government are thinking to hold it just before the global IGF, but once the date is agreed with them, will be communicated. And the last session that I don't want to forget is hosted by the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. They had a breakfast session to make sure that how the women initiative aim to bridge the digital gap to get their funding from existing funding agencies. So I think I will give back the mic to the moderator to give.
Thank you very much, Florin. I think let's give her a round of applause. One key message is that the African IGF is going to be in Tanzania. Most likely it's going to be early in the year because the global IGF is going to be in June. So just to be ready for that so that we will attend. And hopefully maybe we have some countries representative here will volunteer for the 2026. So I want to believe with the presenter to be brief, because I think one of the essence of this session is to have dialogue. So we want to, if you could also seek your indulgence that you park the question to after we finish all the presentations. So I'll give the floor now to the youth representative to just give us a briefing on what inspired in Addis Ababa when they met at the youth track. Amina, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amina Ramalan. So the 2024 Africa Youth Internet Governance Forum held November 20th on day 0 of the Africa IGF. The theme of the 2024 Africa Youth IGF was digital governance and emerging tech, amplifying youth voices in multi-stakeholder dialogue. So during the Africa Youth IGF, we had over 100 participants on site, and we had about 100 participants online from all over the world. We had 4 panel sessions, and we had 2 workshops. The panel session covered the main theme of the Africa Youth IGF. We also spoke to the Global Digital Compact, understanding it, the opportunities and perspectives of youth. We had a multi-stakeholder dialogue with policymakers. We had opportunities for engagement by our sponsors, by the stakeholders that were on our panel, such as ICANN, UNECA, the Tony Blair Institute, GIZ. We also had closing session by representatives from the UN IGF Secretariat. Some resolutions from the 2024 Africa Youth IGF include stakeholders committing to taking constructive criticism from the forum. Agreements were also made to increase youth participation and representation in the ecosystem. Government, through policymakers, agreed to prioritize integrating digital literacy into academic curriculum. There was also a strong agreement by all participants for the need to develop Africa-specific solutions to Africa-specific problems, such as in dealing with digital governance, agriculture, health, education. That includes integrating our local languages into AI and digital tools. Some of the key outcomes from the Africa Youth IGF include improving digital literacy among youth, advocating for representation of youth in the ecosystem, launching initiatives that will strengthen cross-border collaborations on digital rights. Stakeholders such as ICANN, UNECA also spoke to expanding their capacity building initiatives, prioritizing infrastructure development. There was also discussions on promoting lifelong learning and mentorship opportunities to foster youth leadership in Africa's digital economy. And there was also the consensus to strike a balance between digital innovation and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amina. I think you did a wonderful job to summarize what inspired in Addis on the youth track. I hope that also the following presenters will also try to keep it short and precise. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Susan from Malawi to give us a briefing on what inspired during the parliamentarian symposium. Honorable, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Briefly, at the Africa IGF in November, we had a parliamentary track where we were giving out our the issues that we have done so far in our countries, various countries. We had members of parliament from different countries, as well as members who represent Africa Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. So we discussed issues whereby we spoke about issues of legislation. How can members of parliament work together with other stakeholders to make sure that we work together? We shouldn't leave anyone behind. We have to be working together as Africa. We have to, whatever issues we have, we need to put them together, and so that we can face the challenges that we are facing as one continent. So it was a very good session, and through that session, we were able to come up with strategies, plans that can enable us, Parliament, to work on our duties. As you are aware, as members of Parliament, we have a key role to play in our different countries. Coming up with legislation is not that easy, so we want every stakeholder to work with us, to be with us, and legislators should not be left behind, but we have to work together so that we make sure that Africa is connected, Africa is one, Africa, we are doing the right things together. So as parliamentarians, we assured everyone at that session that we are ready to work, and we are ready to come up with legislation, maybe on the issues of AI as well, on the AI frameworks, and anything that will come up, even if there will be issues of maybe some amendments to the laws that we already have in our countries, we are ready to do that. In brief, I think that's what I can talk about.
Thank you, Honorable Susan. I think we are stronger because in the African IGF family, we have the parliamentarians, and we look forward to have other stakeholders like diplomats also, so that the family can grow and become more stronger. I think the parliamentarians, since they joined in 2022, I think they had impact on the ground, and we're really happy to have them along in this journey with us. Thank you very much. Let me now give the floor to the MAC chair, Lillian, just to give us a briefing on the MAC activities and what they have done during the last year. Thank you. And also part of this year.
From the MAC, I'd like to thank my fellow MAC members and past members. Perhaps I would like to recognize the current community. Yes, Asen Tijan, you served last year. Aisha Ahmed is around. He currently joined this year. So these plus a number of our colleagues who are not in the room today were very helpful in the shaping of the program last year and this year. So part of our task force when we joined the MAG in towards end of 2002 was to revise the current charter, and I would like to inform the community that we have a new charter that guides the organizing and the convening of the Africa IGF. This charter started with a journey that was led by Dr. Makta Sek in Choto last year. It constituted a task force of 12 members, and some of them are in the room. Tijan, I don't see the rest, Mama Mary, Aneriet. It was led by Honorable Gabenja from the Gambia. Hajj Honorable, yes, from the Gambia. And they did quite a wonderful job in advising and guiding and revising so that the charter could fit within the current settings of the Africa IGF. The charter came live this year during the IGF in Ethiopia last month, so it is still very fresh. And currently, we'll be opening up call to have new MAG members, and this should come out towards the end of next month. I'm looking at Serena and Dr. Makta to be sure that this is going to happen, because we realize that the IGF we have a very short time frame, and again, the current MAG, I think, is used to working under tight deadlines, because we had a very short time frame this year to organize the Africa IGF, and it was a good success. So we believe that if we start as early as next year in constituting a new MAG, then the community should be able to be given time to organize around workshop, submitting workshops, give the MAG ample time to select the workshops, and also have an agenda announced before probably we hear from Tanzania on the month or date they will host. We should be able to have our program ready. So I think those are the updates we have from the MAG. So members, just look out for that call, inviting you to announcing the call for nominations for the MAG members, and then we'll take it on from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lillian. So you heard the news. There is a charter, and there is also MAG election. So if you guys are interested, please, especially the youth, please just be on the alert. Something is going to come up, and then maybe you can put your name for some of these positions, even though they are voluntary. But this is just to serve Africa, and we are really looking for the youth and their spirit and their hard work, so that they can make a difference. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause. Let me ask Mr. Walid Hamdi and Dr. Maktar Sek to come to the high table, so that they can also give a presentation on some of the initiatives that from the African Union Commission and also the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. I think this is maybe will be very interesting. So because you're going to hear some good news about some development of new policies and also some new projects that are going to be launched in Africa. So let me give the floor to Mr. Walid Hamdi. Mr. Walid Hamdi is the new head of division for the Information Society Division within the African Union Commission. Mr. Walid, please go ahead. Maybe you can, I think there was a mic here.
Hello. Very good evening, brothers and sisters. Very good evening, everyone. All protocol observed. I'm really proud to see these African representations in the room, and it's something that show how we are very keen for our voices, for African voices, to reach to these global platforms and to be very effective in shaping global policies. Talking about 2024, both very intense as globally the strategic directions was about how to move from strategies to actions. So at the African Union Commission, particularly the Information Society Division, we were thinking about how to move from strategies to actions, and then we kind of like wanted also to promote African efforts, and like I mentioned, we were very keen that the African voices to be heard in these global platforms. So we started with the Global Digital Compact. We had a very long session of thinking about how to submit an African common position to the Global Digital Compact so that our voice is united, and also our goals, objectives, so that we can easily accomplish these tasks all as Africans all together. So in the preparation of the Summit of the Future, under the African Union Commission stewardship, we produce a common position towards an open, free and secure digital future for all. These positions have been articulated in an African Digital Compact, which was submitted during the Summit of the Future, as I mentioned, as a common position for Africa in the Global Digital Compact. That was during the second half of the year, and I'm very proud also to say that we managed to develop the continental AI strategy at the same time. We have been working very hard, utilizing our resources to provide the African Digital Compact as well as the AI continental strategy, because as we all know, AI is a very hot topic and we don't want to be late. And also the emerging technologies, and specifically AI, is now in every conversation around achieving sustainable development goals, achieving, addressing the African challenges. And we have a lot of unique challenges in Africa, as you may know. The AI, the continental AI strategy was endorsed by the AU Council back in July, in July 2024, with the support from UNESCO, and also the African Digital Compact was supported by our colleagues in GIZ. We provided these two frameworks, and those two frameworks developed a multi-stakeholder developed by a multi-stakeholder groups representing African actors in the digital sphere. They develop oriented with specific commitment that measurables, time-bound, and with ownership of objectives clearly assigned. I'm pleased to announce that both frameworks, of course, now are adopted by the EU at the EU Summit, by the EU Executive Council, and now they are available. And both of them are accompanied by implementation plans, so that member states can follow these implementation plans for the ease of start implementing those frameworks. I'm very pleased to share today with you all that the second phase of PRIDA phase 2 will formally launched early 2025. We are speaking about second half of January. And internet governance will be a focus area under the new initiative. And I would also like to announce that AU Commission will launch, with the support of LuxDev, a continental CERT initiative following the completion of the project formalization phase, which is currently underway. The AU developed a common position on the application of international law, cyberspace this year. This common position was adopted by AU organs early this year, and the Commission is currently assisting member states to develop their own national position. And as I mentioned, we are moving from strategies and policies to actions, so that this one is to kind of like applying the international law into the cyberspace and also to assist member states to do so. Next, I'm also pleased that to report that a continental cybersecurity strategy is under development. Once the draft is finalized, the AU Commission will carry out validation workshops with different stakeholders, African stakeholders, involving various groups in the continent. And ideally, the final draft should be presented to the AU organs for consideration and possible adoption within the second half of 2025. So we started with 2024, very excited, but we are continue to have also 2025 to have these big milestones where we will have the African cybersecurity strategy. This AU cybersecurity flagship project. So the AUC will be launching cybersecurity initiatives in close collaboration with the World Bank and the German Foreign Affairs Ministry. So this collaboration, the key areas will be domestication of the Malabo Convention Center Convention for cybersecurity. Also, the cyber strategy, and we can, of course, we can't talk about this without mentioning the child online safety and digital ID. With this, I'll stop here, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Walid, for the presentation. Now give the mic to my good friend, Dr. Maktar Sek, to give us some insights on the activities that were carried or planned to be carried by ECA in 24 and 25. Dr. Sek, please.
I think so.
You can use your...
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this meeting. We are going to, let's go fast because we have other meeting running soon. For UNECA, we have a lot of accomplishment during this 24 years, but 25 will be more busy. Just we can highlight in 2024, the adoption of the Global Digital Compact by the UN General Assembly in New York in September. And also the launch of the AI working group and also the data governance working group at the UN level. We work closely with AUC and we support a lot of member states in several areas. And now we are going to align our work in 2025 on the 5 objectives of the Global Digital Compact. Let me give you a summary of what we plan to do in 2025. Regarding the first objective of the Global Digital Compact, closing the digital divide and achieving the sustainable, continue our support to member states to develop their national strategy on digital technology. This year will focus on 10 countries. 10 countries will be beneficiaries for this support. We'll continue also to work on digital public infrastructure DPI to support some member states and also to develop some African guideline on digital on DPI, focus more on climate change, the impact of the climate in our continent. Also, we'll continue to support African members to expand their broadband infrastructure by bringing some investment company to support them. We are in 2025. Also, in terms of connectivity, we are going to continue our work to promote connectivity across the school Under the joint program, we have with UNICEF, ITU, and ECA to connect a lot of schools across the continent this year. And also capacity building, we are going to build the capacity of young students. We target 100,000 this year for across 14 countries. Now, on the second objective regarding this digital inclusion and to make this digital technology benefits for all, we have several activities like the digital ID program. We'll continue our digital ID program in member state. Now we focus in 2025 on 7 countries. We'll add 4 more countries on 25. Now we have a great result in Ethiopia. We are in the database. We have now, as end of last week, 1 million register get their digital ID, and next year we plan to go to 24 million, and we'll add also. We already finalized a strategy for Malawi, and we are going to start this implementation in Gambia, in Malawi, and other African countries. Also, we are going to launch this STEAM Center in Rwanda in June. Also, inclusion need this whole meeting we are going to organize. WISIS Plus 20 will be discussed in May in Benin to discuss how we can align WISIS Plus 20 and the Global Digital Compact for African country before the global WISIS in July in Geneva, and also before the General Assembly in September, where we are going to organize the continuation of IGF and the WISIS Plus 20 in line with the Global Digital Compact. The third objective regarding to security, cyber security, make our cyberspace secure. We are going to continue our work on cyber security. We'll focus more on capacity building this year, because last year we have a lot of policy, and AUC will develop the African continental. AUC will revise the Malabo Convention. We are going to see how to assist the member state to implement this new revision of the Malabo Convention. And we'll continue also the capacity building program targeting member state, parliamentarian, and private sector, as well as the law judiciary. On cybersecurity also, hopefully we are going to launch this year the African Center of Cybersecurity in Togo. We are working closely with GFCA and World Bank on that, and we think by before end of this year we are going to launch this cybersecurity center. Also, objective 4 regarding data governance and data sharing, we've in the implementation of the African Union data governance framework, we are going to support 6 member states to build their capacity on data governance and also to develop their national strategy. The country are already identified, and the work will start as of 2nd January in next year. Also on data governance, we are going to develop this data governance guideline for Africa. We'll put in place, we are going to set up in place a working group on data governance for the continent, because at the world level, we already put a data governance working group, and this data governance working group, we have only 4 member states per continent. Africa will be represented by 4 member states, and at UNECA, we are going to put a large data governance group, and this data governance group, the outcome will be discussed in the global data governance to make sure all priorities of Africa are being taken into consideration in this data governance. The last one, it is AI, very important, AI governance. And we'll continue our work to artificial intelligence policy, supporting member state, and to develop their national policy. Already we support AUC to develop the African AI strategy on AI. We are implementing at the member state. We'll organize next year's African Summit on AI in Mozambique before June 2025. That agreed now with the government. We are going also to put a lot of capacity building on AI. Because the issue is we need to build the capacity of the policymaker and the youth generation on AI. And we are going to use this artificial intelligence center we have created in Congo to to build more capacity for member states and for African youth in AI. Also, we are going to organize this STI forum in April in Uganda, and we are going to show a lot of innovation on AI at the continental level. We already developed the website showing more than 300 innovation on AI in several areas, going to agriculture, health, business sector, industry, and we are going to launch this platform during the STI African STI forum that we organize in April with the government of Uganda. On AI also, there is an issue of ethic of AI. The regulation will work with UNESCO to have one ethic guideline for the continent, as well as how to regulate this emerging technology. We have an approach sandbox for Africa. I will provide the result as soon as possible. As you see, we have, I'm going to stop there because we have a lot of activity on in 2025, going to policy development, capacity building, project, knowledge sharing, as well as a platform of dialogue like this WC's African IGF, and also the think tank for Africa to discuss how they fit their priority in the global agenda, because we have a big issue in Africa. If you look at the statistic last year, 2023, the connectivity, it was 37%. And the last statistic we get 2 weeks ago by ITU, it is 38%. We have only 1% increase on this connectivity in 1 year. It is a big issue because we need to make progress. Also, when we look at this digital gender gap, the digital gender gap in 2023 was a 10 point between men and women. Now it is 13.13 point. And there is an increase, and we need to find a solution to make everybody access digital space. And also we have to curb the digital ID negative impact, because we still have 500 million not connected without any form of legal ID. We have some challenge like that. And also, as you know, by 2050, 40% the youth African youth population will represent 40% of the youth world youth population. We need to build their capacity, and by 2030 we need to create 625 million jobs in Africa focused on digital skills. And we have to find to bridge the gap and to create more people connected and more people skilled in the digital era, to make sure we leave no one offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sek, for the presentation. As you can see from the two presentations, it's a lot to be done. And if you are representing an institution or maybe individual, we will seek your help with all this, because we cannot do it alone. We need the support of everybody in their own capacity, so that we can accomplish all these aspirations. With that, we finish our presentation and we come to the real work of receiving comments from the floor. And please keep it to one question or one intervention, comments because there are so many people in the room, and we want to give opportunity to everybody who wants to speak, who wish to speak, so that we can learn from you, and also maybe you can ask questions not to only these two gentlemen, but also to the people who were here before on the African IGF, the MAG, and all that. So without further ado, let me open the floor. I see one hand here. Let's take maybe 4 at a time. 1, 2, 3. Where is number 4? And okay, 4. Start with the lady. By the way, I am very proud that we have a very good gender balance in the room and also on the panel. I think this is good, and I think this is a testimony of the African spirit. I think this is great. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jingbo Huang. I'm the director of United Nations University Research Institute in Macau. So I'm very enthusiastic about the plans for African continent because we have a lot to offer. And UNU, as you know, is a UN organization, also think tank. We do teaching, training, capacity building specifically, and education. So our institute, the institute that I'm heading in Macau, is specialized in digital tech and SCG, research and capacity building. We have a 13 institute in 12 countries. And I hear from both of the distinguished speakers and also the previous panel, the needs of strategy development, for example, related to digital tech, capacity building for youth, for policymakers. That's exactly what we can do in UNU Macau. So I would be happy to connect offline to let you know. For example, we have a training catalog and related to demystifying AI. We have also done the UNESCO AI ethics readiness assessment in some other countries. So we have a lot to offer. And in our institute, we are it consists of former university professors from different parts of the world and with a different background related to digital tech. So just to provide you that we have this implementation power and also to support your visions in doing so. So the second point is that we hold a UNU AI conference. And this year we had the first one, and we actually invited some African ministers of ICTs to our conference. And in collaboration with the UNDESA, we put together a data governance, digital transformation workshop. So many of the ministers have already participated in it. So this year, 2025, we would like to invite our guests here to join our AI conference. October 24th, UN Day 2025 is going to mark the UNU's 50th anniversary and also the UN's 80th. So it will be a big year. I hope that you will come to join us. Third is we have a UN for youth. During this conference, we'll also have a AI social innovation hackathon awards competition for young people to present AI social innovation solutions for local problems. So I also invite the youth from Africa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is a mic?
Thank you very much. My name is Wisdom Donko, the Executive Director for Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. My concern goes to Walid. You talk about the strategies to help Africa, but my worry is that we're still not talking about how we are going to get the rural communities out of the state in which they are now. So I want to understand from you, what concrete strategies do you have in order for us to be able to bridge that digital divide gap within the rural communities? Because within our part of the continent, that is where most of our food basket comes from. That is where most of the, I should say, employment comes from within the agriculture sector and trade. So I would like to know. And then also to Dr. Makta, now we are talking about data governance and then the working group and all of that. The AI is also coming up. Other programs are also coming up. We still have the rural communities to connect. And then, I don't know, it looks like we are overloading ourselves. I just want to understand how we can move towards these rural communities and then help them. Because everybody in the room here seems to come from the urban cities and all of that. The rural communities are still in the dark. When you talk about electricity, they are still in the dark. When you talk about connectivity, it's still in the dark. And then other components. And then if you take the educational sector as well, you mentioned UNESCO. Now, I didn't hear about local content. I was expecting to hear about local content and then what we can do to bridge that gap. Because if you look at our educational institutions, the urban cities, the programs that we learn, the rural communities, is the same thing that they also learn. But then the urban cities has that privilege of having everything digitally. The rural communities don't have. But yet, this is the case that the rural communities sit in the same exam room as what the urban cities. We write the same exam. So what do we have concretely to do for us to bridge that gap? Because that is where I think those problems are coming from. If we're able to bridge those gaps, then we'll be there.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Levi Siansege from Zambia. I lead the Internet Society Zambia chapter and also the Youth IGF. I think from it, two comments in one. My question goes to Dr. Maktar. You mentioned, I think, a number of projects are supporting a limited number of countries in Africa. I would like to find out which project Zambia would fall in. I would like to write on that since I'm from Zambia. And then earlier, I think part of the opening, there was a concern about the Africa IGF 2026. If there is room to place a voluntary role for 2027, I would like to pledge my country. We can work, I think, on a number of things to ensure that 2027 can be hosted in Zambia. And with that said, I think those are my questions and contributions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. It is okay. It's okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is Abdi Jalil Bashar from Chad. I'm the partnership advisor of National Cyber Security Agency in Chad, and also member of Economic Council of African Union. So I need to thank Walid and Maktar for the intervention, because there's a lot of things to do it in next year or in the few days. So about artificial intelligence strategy in Africa and how to do the revision of Malabo Convention. So my question is about capacity building. So I think that capacity building is very key. So we need to train the young people, women, the official, the parliamentary. So how we can contact you, because sometimes you send the official invitation through the foreign affair, but foreign affairs sometimes are not sent to the key minister of ICT or National Cyber Security Agency. So is that any opportunity to send the request directly to you, and we can work together on that? Thank you so much.
Is it working?
Just, am I audible? Can hear me, guys? You can hear me? Okay, I don't know. Sorry for that. Yes, so I would like to start by thanking Director UNU Macau. Definitely at the African Union, we value this collaboration, we value this cooperation, and we value these partnerships, because we cannot do it all by ourselves, and Africa is a part of the world, and we need to position ourselves in this as a partners to other organizations, as well as also to kind of like exchange our African experience, our African knowledge, in terms also to know what others are doing. And we have already some collaboration with UNU, and we are happy, of course, to receive your invitation and also to participate in UNU Macau event. So thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it, and we can also always discuss future collaboration. So my brother, that's a great question regarding the strategies to bridge the digital divide, especially focusing on rural areas and communities. So yes, you might not hear it today, but we all know that it's a real challenge. I talked about that we have real unique challenge in Africa. But the reason that we mentioned AI and other frameworks, it's not to neglect this gap, rather than also to look for innovative ways to kind of like bridge the gap of the connectivity. So it's been in our agenda, in our priorities. The strategies we put in place for this is that we are working very closely with ATU, African Telecommunication Union. We are exploring new technologies that can help, because connectivity issue, we had so many conversations with ITU, for example. We look at the ITU fact sheets, and we're also monitoring this gap bridging. So we are working very closely with African Telecommunication Union. We are trying also to look at innovative and not so traditional way of bridging the gap by using, internet satellite, maybe using low orbit connectivity. So all these things are things that we're thinking about. We work together. We push for bridging the gap with the rural area, and we thank you for being the voice in the room for these communities that, like you mentioned, might not be able to come all the way here. We thank you for your interest. We thank you for being the voice for these communities, and we work tirelessly to kind of like see improvement in this challenge. You mentioned electricity. Earlier this month, we have our STC for energy, and we tabled Africa energy efficiency strategy, and we have been very clearly given directions also to use AI technology in these things, and to use AI in also kind of like when we use renewable energy to reserve the African resources and to best utilize these resources. So we are working on that. Our strategies work together is to take a multi-stakeholder and collaborative approach with our colleagues in ATU. The capacity building, Abdul Jalil mentioned. Well, as I said earlier, that we have implementation plans both for African Digital Compact and for AI strategy. And in those framework, in those strategies, there is a pillar for the capacity building. There is a pillar about advocating and promoting the AI application development. All this needs capacity building. All this needs training. And maybe also as a director of UNU Macau mentioned that we are working. This is a good example in the room that we are doing this either by our resources or by collaborating with other international organizations. How to approach us? Everyone knows in the AU, my door is always open. You can have my card. You can have my email. There is an email also, isd@africa-union.org. You can send us. We keep monitoring, and we don't ignore any email, any idea, any suggestion, any kind of like communication. You can approach me directly. If not, all my team are there, and also through the official channels, of course, through the AU official channels, we are approachable, and we are happy to work peer-to-peer and also to work together with anyone who is interested. For the gentleman, I will give Dr. Mukhtar, because the question was addressed to him.
Thank you. I think you have a very interesting question. First, with UNV, we work together. We have a MOU, and we develop some activity at the regional level on e-government. I think we took note on your idea, and we'll see how we can involve you on our activity on capacity building and AI. We work also on climate change with you, how to use digital for climate change to mitigate this climate impact in the continent. Digital gap, you have a right, because now Africa in the rural area, we have a 25% connectivity as the digital, as the rural area. And our objective is to bridge this digital gap. When you look at the first objective of now United Nations on the Global Digital Compact is to bridge this digital divide. In UNECA, our strategy is to involve the private sector in the development of the infrastructure in the rural area. Now we start with some country. We are going to start with Ethiopia. How to bring private sector to develop the rural area through PPP with the government. And it will work very well because we did something in Guinea to develop the broadband infrastructure. And also we have this strategy, universal service strategy, we are going to launch next year. I think it is something we can help to bridge this digital divide and in the rural area. Also we have our program on digital ID, and we provide digital ID to all people across the country. Now Zambia, we work upon request. If there is an advisory service, we have to receive a letter from the government. Just if the government want to develop national strategy or to develop policy or need support to develop one project, digital ID program or cyber security or e-commerce or AI policy, now we have to receive the letter from the government. It is a process. I think all the government Africa know how to work with UNECA. And if we have activity on capacity building, now we send directly. We target people in the parliamentarian, in the policymaker, among youth, and we target people to be party on this on this policy, on this capacity building. Zambia, it will be digital ID. We'll support Zambia in digital ID. But our strategy is we don't have a possibility to support all African countries. For one project, we build the capacity for one or two countries. And this country will serve as model for other country, and other country can go there to learn and to develop their policy. What we did, I give you an example. We built the capacity of Rwanda in digital technology. Yeah, I spent 7 years in Rwanda, just working on their digital, their Nikki project, their digital. Now, Rwanda is a model. A country can go there, learn about what they have done on digital policy, what they have done on digital finance, and can use the system. And a lot of countries now go to Rwanda for this kind of collaboration. How we can use AI in the agriculture sector. How we can transform this rural area by creating more activity. We have the example of Botswana, and people can go there. We develop the innovative technology at 700 kilometers from the capital. At this place, when we come, there is no network, there is nothing, but now we have everything. And the farmer is very happy because they generate a lot of new revenue using digital technology for their farm. And I think it's all question I have.
Thank you very much for these very good questions, and I think if I may compliment also the panel, Abdul Jalil, I think it's the request has to be sent to the formal channel, and also you can contact the individuals who are here. I think that will make sure that you're there. And then to the point on the connectivities, the rural connectivity, I think maybe we need to change the mindset, not to talk about connectivity anymore, rather to talk about solutions. We provide solution to the communities, and then part of the solution will be the connectivity. But this is the different discussion, so we can. So we open the floor for the next round of questions. Okay, you have 1 here, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, you are the first question. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Samantha?
Yeah. You can hear him, right? We can hear you. technology is failing us.
Thank you. My name is Ahmed Farag. I'm chair of the North African IGF, and I would like to share with you some activities that we have organized in 2024, and followed up with a question for the panel. We have organized our annual meeting, the 8th annual meeting in October, and in Mauritania. And we have almost more than 10 sessions, actually 11 sessions, and we have discussed some important topics regarding the data governance, the broadbands, and cybersecurity, and more than this GDC as well, and the women inclusion. And we are in the North African IGF, we are committed to organize a specialized session for the Youth IGF initiative in the North African. Before the forum, we have organized the School on Internet Governance. We served the program for more than 34 students from the 7 countries of the North African IGF. As you see, and as I mentioned before, we are focusing on the youth. Okay, we are dedicated our efforts to help them and to offer them a capacity building program that allow them to be the next leaders of the region. Okay, my question is if there any channel, okay, that can support the sub-regional in our continent Africa during the sub-regions IGFs that might help us in the capacity building track that we are insist to promote and enhance the outcomes of these tracks. Thank you.
Thank you. You are not in the first, right?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank AUC and of course UNECA for the cooperation that we've had. My name again is Martin from the GFC Africa. What I have is, first of all, I'll just want to give you 4 areas that came out of our regional meeting which require some interventions from the floor, and probably you may want to respond to. During the regional meeting that we had in the margins of the Africa IGF, we had a session where we covered 4 areas. The first area looked at the protocols, the strategies that have been developed within the continent, especially looking at Malabo Convention, the ICE strategy and so forth. The key question that came out within that was how do we allow and how do we expand the inclusion of specific interest groups in expanding the understanding of the implementation. For example, we have different sectors, we've got health, we've got transport and so forth, so those sectors need to be included. So the question is, how do we do that? And then there was also an intervention within the area of diversity, and I know we haven't covered quite a bit on that in terms of women and girls inclusivity. And the key issue is to strengthen the intervention when it comes to policy, especially to make sure that policies are gender sensitive within either regional or national level. And also when we do capacity in those sectors, how do we ensure that we get people absorbing the people who are being trained? So that's another question that came out of that. And then the other one that we looked at was cyber diplomacy, norms, and issues of confidence building measures, which is a new area. And I know we've had a session today looking at cyber diplomacy, but the key there was the issue around building capacity at regional level. So what is it that we can do in the ECOWAS region? We know ECOWAS is doing a good job, but more likely in SADC, East African region, to build capacity to understand those particular areas. And then finally, when it came to the issues of enhancing resilience, we are seeing that there is an agreement that regional dynamics in terms of resilience is important. We are seeing SATs being looked at, and I'm glad AUC has actually formally announced that they are going to look at the formulation of the Africa SAT at a continental level. And the key question is the understanding of the services and other areas that need to be absorbed. And then lastly, just a quick one here is the issue around the Togo center, which Mark Tasek talked about. This has progressed significantly. There are two areas which are being looked at. One is the issue around the interest within the region and investment from the private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so
thank you, Adil.
and then you next.
Just to know, I want to know if there are some MOU with the different universities in Africa for okay, I want to know if there are some MOU, UN and African Union and each the university in Africa to let the knowledge you are providing to be available for everyone in Africa. Is there something like that?
My name is James Mutandwa Majiga from Zimbabwe. Mine is on the revision of the Malabo Convention. I think this is long overdue, but really welcome now that we hear that African Union is going to look at that. If you look at the fate of Budapest, now you have a new UN treaty on cybersecurity. And I think what was observed there should have been long observed for us under Malabo. My hope is for African Union to devise a strategy to push for more ratifications of the Malabo Convention. There is one hurdle in terms of ratification with the Malabo, where a member state is supposed to have in place a data protection legislation. In Southern Africa, we have tried to go around this by having model laws to assist member states to come up with their data protection legislations. So perhaps the African Union can also consider something similar to help member states to come up with those data protection legislations as a condition to fulfill the ratification of Malabo, and then we can have more ratifications. It's very possible to have 100% ratification of Malabo. We have already seen it happening with the African Continental Free Trade Area Protocol, where you have a massive number of member states who have ratified the protocol. So it's an appeal to African Union to consider devising a strategy to increase the ratifications of Malabo. Otherwise, it's a document which won't be useful. Let it be useful from strategy to action.
Thank you. I just have one follow-up with Bram Fodzulan from Malawi. I just wanted to follow up with Walid on the announcement of PRIDA 2.0, as you're calling it. I'm not too sure whether it's too early to ask the scope of what is going to focus on, And also, I wanted to find out if we drew some lessons, obviously, from the 1.0 version, and what areas are we improving with the 2.0 PRIDA program. Thank you.
Thank you guys for the questions. I have to take Maktar Sek's place. He had to go for an emergency. But yes, we will be glad to answer the questions. We'll start with Walid, and if there is something I can complement.
Thank you so much. I think first question from Ahmed, the chair of North Africa IGF, regarding the channels to support the youth. Yes, we are always very keen about youth supportment. We also include them in every conversation that we have. We are aware that they are not the future leaders. We are aware that they are leaders now, so that we are always empowering them. So we can have this discussion, I think, further, and we can avail our AU network and collaboration arrangement to, well, I don't want to say to more empower, because now we are doing our best to empower the youth, but to continue empowering them to the full limits, so that they can assist us in our mission, and to reach Africa we want. So I'm very glad to continue these discussions, maybe offline, and put all our resources to support the regional youth initiatives. Dr. Martin, your question was about the 4 main areas, the strategies, how to include different players. So the African Union Commission, when we look at the strategies, we serve all our member states, all of them equally, and to be able to kind of like zoom in to integrate specific stakeholders regarding in different fields, health, education. All our strategies comes with a pillar around partnerships. How can we achieve the strategic goals of the strategy? And we are working also the same approach, the cybersecurity strategy. We are taking the same approach of trying to have a strategy that is inclusive, and that we can reach our strategic objectives with integrating everyone. However, it's challenging to be done completely at the continental level, so there is some work to be done as a country level. That's we always try to put it as a direction in the strategies, but it's also kind of like a shared responsibility between us and the member states. Gender inclusivity and gender sensitivity, all our initiatives, all our meeting, or our groups are gender sensitive, inclusive, and we always try to take initiatives that encourage African women to join us in the cybersecurity sphere and to participate more, and also kind of like to have opportunities where they can show their abilities, and also where can they learn from others. And we started by ourselves in the division, where we always advocate for women in cybersecurity. The cyber diplomacy, the regional, we tend to take peer-to-peer regional approach, meaning that we are advocating for regional experience sharing and peer-to-peer learning between all our regions. And Mokhtar is not here to answer the Togo part, so I'm going to, maybe you can take it offline with Dr. Sek. So yes, James, regarding the Malabo Convention, I'm going to divert this question to Mr. Adil, because he is one of the pioneers, and he worked closely with the team, and he spearheaded the Malabo Convention work, so I think he's going to make justice answering your question more than me. So I'm also just to share the floor, not to feel that I'm under the spot by myself, share some of the questions with him. So Mr. Adil, if you would like to address.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the questions. Let me go also through the question just to enrich the answers on the questions that were raised. So the first question was about the regional initiative. I think PRIDA 2 is going to focus, we mentioned, as mentioned by Walid, that IG is going to be one of the pillars of PRIDA 2. And of course, you know, PRIDA 2, IG is national, regional, continental. Okay, so they're going to be support for the regional initiatives. Martin, I think we've been working with the UK government and on CBMs and training for the REX. We started with ECOWAS and we did SADC, and hopefully next year we'll do Central Africa, East Africa, and North Africa, and we will do one for the continent so that we can go bottom up, and then we have Africa common position when it comes to CBMs and norms. A Malabo Convention, you are right. I think we have to devise, and I think this is also was announced by Walid in his initial remark that this is something that we are going to be working on the ratification and also model laws, so that the country can also ratify and accelerate the ratification. There is support from German government on that, and the World Bank, and we'll be working on that exclusively. For the question on PRIDA 2 and the lesson learned and the scope, is going to be AI is going to be featured in PRIDA 2, IG, okay, and DTS, the sectorial strategies. So that's going to be covered, and also data is going to be also featured. Lesson learned, so we had COVID, and then we had to work around COVID, this is something that also we need to focus on. Gender was missing in PRIDA 2, so this is lesson learned that we have also to have more focus on gender in PRIDA 2. But we are very excited about the initiative, so that this is also going to be have a reflection on also the IGF, the global IGF. We may have more African participating in the global IGF. I was told that I think we have 5 minutes if there is one intervention. I think the lady, yes, she wants to ask a question, and then I don't know if we are going to be cover more than one questions.
No, it's okay. Hi, my name is Winnie Kamal from the Association of Freelance Journalists, and my name is Winnie Kamal from the Association of Freelance Journalists. You can hear me now? Thank you. For me, I'm just wondering, where is the role of storytelling in telling the good work that is being done by the IGF sector? Especially in Africa, we're not telling our stories more. It's the first time I'm hearing about North Africa having, what they did. Would like to hear more stories from the North Africa team, what they're doing there, and also in AU and everything. So I don't know, what is the role of the media and in your storytelling? Thank you.
Initially, can you hear me? Yes. This is Aisha Jaridi. I'm the vice chair of the North African IGF. I am from North Africa, and I just wanted to compliment what my colleague says, Ahmed, is that during the last North African IGF, we've launched a new initiative, especially for women, for capacity building for women in North Africa. So it's a series of webinars that we will conduct to address the needs of women in North Africa. This is being said, my question, to be short, and we can link after that to tell you more about North Africa. My question is to you, Dr. Walid or Dr. Adil. In your agenda, where's women? Do you intend, or do you have specific specific objectives, specific inclusion measures for women, or do you have specific projects targeting immediately women? So this is shortly what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, I think, yeah, I will agree with my sister that storytelling is a very powerful tool. We are always using storytelling. We are always engaging with media. We share with them a media brief. We share with them what we are doing, what we are achieved, our success. But I think there is a room for improvement. I think we need also to kind of like understand. We have a team of communication experts. Maybe if they were here, they will tell more. But for us, we need also to kind of like do more about storytelling, do more about sharing our success, do more about sharing our experiences. So I do agree with you. Storytelling is a very powerful tool to show and to learn also from these stories and to inspire people also to come work with us, because again and again and again we will keep mentioning that we cannot do it alone. We need all Africans to come work with us in different capacities to achieve these goals for Africa we want. So thank you so much for the question.
Yeah, let me take the women question. I think Breeder 2 is going to feature. I think we did a study on Breeder 1 and how to improve women involvement in ICT, and hopefully this is going to be reflected in Breeder 2. And as mentioned also in the opening statement by Walid, that women in cyber, this is something that we are going to also, is going to take off in 2025. So this is a couple of things that we can talk, we can make reference to. But I think we come to the end of this session. We thank you very much for being here and attending the session and actively participating. And we look forward to having you next year in Sweden. I think in Sweden in June. Norway 2026. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.